Testing, testing. Good morning, good morning. Okay. Oh, that's lovely. Can you hear me okay? Lovely. Oh, 11 o'clock, spot on. Good at timings, aren't we? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Annie Seaborn from My Fish Kitchen, and this is Hilton Espy from Culture in Falmouth.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm good, thanks, Annie. Nice to see the sun.
Isn't it nice to see the sun? So we were meant to have some students come up on stage, but they've not arrived. So if anyone would like to come up and give us a hand, you are welcome. If not, just sit back and enjoy the next 45 minutes. We're quite tight on the old schedule. Hello. No problem. Thank you for letting me know. I'll see you later. That's my boss. Hilton, how's life in Falmouth and how's life at Culture?
Oh, really good, thanks, Annie. Yeah, we've had a great year. Pretty good winter, which is awesome.
Oh, that's good.
And now we're in the process where we start seeing some new ingredients, which is always nice for us to see the sun. We're getting our first Cornish asparagus this week. We should get it this week. We got our first lamb delivered this week. So, yeah, it's a nice time of the year to kind of embrace the change.
Lovely, lovely. So tell the ladies and gentlemen the ethos around your restaurant, because it's so interesting.
Yeah, so we have Culture in Falmouth. We're just on Custom Quay. I brought a menu here so you could see it. There's a couple in the front as well. And we opened Culture with the idea that the whole menu is led by the produce. It's not designed where I sit and I think, spring's coming, summer's coming, I'm going to put this on and change it 4 times a year. The menu changes day to day. Sometimes we'll have ingredients for 2 or 3 weeks, sometimes 2 or 3 months. But also sometimes we have, like corn was on for 2 nights and then it was done, because I only buy ingredients and source ingredients direct from small producers and farmers. We don't look at food miles, we look at relationships. We know all of our farmers by name. Quite often, if I need some more wheat, for example, I'll just go and William would have left it in the barn and he won't be there, and I'll go there on a Sunday, pick up a bag of wheat and things like that. It's quite a nice, close-knit relationship.
Yeah. That's fabulous, because you make your own bread, and you just said earlier it starts with the bread once people get a taste of how lovely that is.
It does. So I did bring a loaf of bread. I'm going to pop that in the oven, which I'll talk more about in a bit. So yeah, we open Culture. We've got a lovely wine cellar. Both Petronella, my wife, and I love our wine, and the big focus is on wine and food together. And like I said, we let the ingredients and the micro seasons really drive what we do. You know, you can't, with the world's weather changing and global warming and everything, you can't rely on the seasons as calculated as we used to.
What do you mean by micro seasons? I've not heard that before.
Yeah, so for example, I went foraging for the first wild garlic 6 weeks ago, and the wild garlic shouldn't be out that early, rarely.
Oh, yeah,
and not only that, when I went foraging for the first wild garlic of the season, some of it was already flowering, which is really interesting. So obviously we didn't have a lot of sun, but we didn't have the coldest winter, so it's almost like that came in a bit faster. So instead of us thinking, okay, fine, I'm going to be harvesting wild garlic capers in 2 weeks' time, I need to go back there now and get them now before the wild garlic. As soon as the weather gets warmer, the wild garlic will disappear quite quickly.
Oh, so use a little bud for the capers.
We use nature as the inspiration, is the idea. So we use little capers. I've got some on the menu today, and we are preserving them, and we like to use them just before the wild garlic season starts. So it's kind of like a little precursor to wild garlic. We then use the wild garlic capers, and then I'll preserve them and then use them next year, probably from sort of November sometimes, because it adds a nice sort of spring flavor while the weather's a bit rubbish. And we kind of we work in that way. The menu's told as a story. So instead of telling you might get a hint here and there,
And is this on your website?
Yeah,
Culture website.
There's an example on the website. Yeah. But like I said, it's told as a story, so it doesn't really tell you what you're having. More gives you an idea of how many courses, the price, and then what the wine pairing happens to be, which is optional. But we get awesome feedback on our wine pairing, so we do enjoy that.
So where's most of your wine from?
All over.
All over.
Yeah, we do try and look for unique wines, so wines that are lesser known. So I'm from South Africa originally, and we have South African wine on, but the South African wine we have on are really personal to us.
Oh, okay.
And even if we have South African guests, they wouldn't have necessarily heard of that wine. We had a New Zealand winemaker come and visit us, and now we've stocked their Sauvignon Blanc on, because it's a small producer, Sauvignon Blanc. He sells the bulk of his grapes to the big estates, but the rest of it he keeps for themselves, which is nice. And then they make a really good Marlborough Sauvignon Blanc, but quite different to the other ones.
World renowned, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that wine. But to get a small producer of that is really interesting.
Yeah, no, which is great. So
into Cornwall.
So we've got wines from Old World, New World, French. For example, one of the French bubblies we stock, the champagnes. We happened to meet the daughter of the winemaker, and that's how we chose that French champagne. So we're not just buying a generic one. It's very much about personal relationships, because that's what we do with the food.
Yeah, that's an interesting world, the champagne world, because there's obviously the Veuve and the Moet and the Bollinger.
Yeah.
But there are so many good champagnes that we wouldn't know of. They're just heavy into their marketing, aren't they? And huge
definitely.
Companies, yeah.
And we're in London, and we were tasting. I think the oldest one we tasted was in 1998, which we can't afford to put on the menu, but it was great to try it.
Wow, was it good?
It was very good.
Yeah.
So I'm going to pretty much present a couple of dishes from the restaurant, similar to the structure which we serve them. So I'll sort of cook some and plate some and see where we get to from there. So we start off the meal with a flurry of snacks. This kind of replaces your traditional amuse-bouche.
Yeah.
And the idea behind this course was to showcase sort of the drive into Falmouth. So we arrived in Falmouth in 2016, and you drop in from Hillhead roundabout, and then you get a lovely view of Trefusis Point and the yachts and all of that. And that was the first time we'd ever seen Falmouth. We came straight here from South Africa. And
what made you choose Cornwall?
Well, I'm from Cape Town. Petronella and my wife's from Johannesburg, and we both lived in Cape Town. And we love the sea, and I love an outdoor lifestyle and surfing. So I thought, well, if we're going to go to England and we're going to live somewhere with an outdoor lifestyle close to the beach with some decent waves, then it'll be Cornwall. And then, I was fortunate enough to be offered a job at a hotel in Falmouth, which I did for 6 years at Merchants Manor.
Yeah.
And we had a great time there. And then decided really like Falmouth, I like the town as a whole. And we decided to open up Culture. So we opened in July 2022. So we're almost 2 years old. And it's been really good. The feedback's been great. And it's been a good choice, I think.
And tell us about your accomplishments, as in the Michelin. I don't want to label it the wrong way. It's a green tick, is it?
Yeah, we got a green Michelin star.
Yeah.
So Michelin visited us in our first year, which was absolutely amazing, because it was one of those goals I had in my career from a young age.
Fabulous.
Was just to be visited, just to know that they'd been. You don't know that they've been, but if you get something, then you know they've been. And
when you say you get something, what's that? An email, a little letter?
Just being listed in the guide. That was one of my goals, was just to be listed.
Okay.
So they emailed us and said, you might be listed. And then we had to wait patiently. The awards were announced on March last year. And they announced that we were in the guide, and we were very excited, and we celebrated and drank champagne, and there were a few tears. And then
I bet.
2 weeks later, 2 weeks before we were going to South Africa on holiday, we got an email inviting us to the awards. Yeah. And went to the awards, changed our flights, and got given a green Michelin star. It was absolutely amazing.
Fabulous.
Chris Eden was on stage earlier. We happened to be there when he was re-awarded his one.
Yeah.
And it was great to be in the room and feel that emotion.
Yes, well, that's payback, isn't it, for all your hard work?
Yeah. So these are little churros, so savory choux pastry. I just fry them, so they're like little donuts. And we serve this as one of the first snacks you get.
Yeah. So these little bits are served, and people haven't even ordered yet. As you sit down and
you sit down, you settle in, you get offered, a welcome drink if you'd like it, and kind of settle into the experience. And then we bring the snacks kind of as we go. We are open Wednesday to Saturday for dinner, and then we do a lunch, which is a 5-course menu.
When do you do lunch?
On a Friday and a Saturday. 1 o'clock seating. So I cook by myself. The kitchen's very open, not dissimilar to this. And all the guests will arrive at the same time. But each table is treated independently, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And then once the guests are all in, then we'll serve and chat. And we all make a point to go to all the different tables. So everyone gets to chat to me or Petronella or Bobby.
Very relaxed.
Yeah, it's very relaxed style.
Lovely.
I've been doing this a long time. I've been cooking for 21 years, and it's nice to come up with this concept and cook in the way I want to cook, which is really nice, and run the restaurant.
Yeah. So what have we got in the pan?
So I've got a little bit of Tregellis Farm lamb breast. So Tregellis Farm is England's southernmost farm. So right at the tip of the lizard, right next to the lighthouse, is Tregellis Farm. So we got the first lamb delivered this week. We try as much as possible get the whole animal in, so we debone it and prep it in different ways.
Oh, you do all that yourself? You don't send it away to be butchered?
I try to. In the summer when it gets a bit busier, it takes quite a bit of time, deboning the lamb. There's only so many portions you get out of it. So we try and serve a slow cooked piece and then also a more tender piece. So this is a deboned leg of lamb that I took one of the inner muscles out. And we got that. And then I'll explain more about the dish later when I plate it. But it's kind of like a take on a surf and turf is the idea.
Okay.
And then in this pan, I got some wine and a bit of fish stock. So that's going to be for the fish sauce I'm doing.
Oh, I love fish stock. Oh, I love it. How do you make yours?
So
a few tips.
Because I'm only using really seasonal ingredients, I'm just doing a little bit of wine, some bay leaf from my garden, and then bones and the water. Bring it to a simmer, 45 minutes, turn it off. That's it. I'm keeping it really simple, really true to flavor.
Oh, you simmer it for how long? 45?
Just 45 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. Never let it boil. And then I'll put, so I normally do 2, I'll do 2.
And
so
is it right that you season it at the end, the stock, or do you not season it
at the end?
Yeah.
And then I try and make a stock with the fish that I'm getting in that week. So this week we've been using red mullet. So then I'll get if the fishmonger has time, they'll fillet it for me. But it's 200-yard walk down the road to go get the fish, and then I'll use those bones for the stock. So this is a bit of Kern, which is made by Liner Dairy. It's the same dairy that makes the Cornish Yarg.
The Yarg.
And they're absolutely awesome. So we put a bit of Kern over it while these are still hot, and then in here I've got a 3-cornered leek powder, which if you go walking anywhere in town at the moment, there's a little white flower. It looks like these, which is 3-cornered leek. It's got a green line on it.
My garden is full of them.
There we go. So they
spread.
Yeah.
Like wildfire.
You don't struggle to get it. That's an ingredient we don't struggle to get ever, which is nice.
How did you make that?
So I take the leaves, give them a wash, and then put them in the dehydrator, and then blend it into a bright green powder. So
what would we do at home? Can we do it?
Smell that. It's got a real nice cheese and onion. So it's a play on a cheese and onion crisp. So it's like a cheese and onion donut. So the cheese will melt a little bit.
So we would just sort of spread them out on a tray and pop them in the oven?
Yeah, you can put in the oven. Try, if you can control the fan, put the fan down because it does blow everywhere.
Oh, okay.
Which you normally forget about every now and again. So that's one of the first snacks we do.
Very nice. And if you have any questions, please just raise a hand and I can pop down and ask a question on your behalf.
So in the pan, I've also got a little bit of celeriac, which is just roasting next to the lamb. And then as it crisps up with the lamb breast, that'll just release a bit of the fat into the rest of the pan. It's quite nice.
Yeah. Well, it's smelling lovely up here.
Oh, good. So I'm just going to pop these in.
So at Culture, it's a set menu, isn't it?
Yeah.
People walk in, they pay per head, and they have how many courses?
7 courses and then 9 items.
Yeah. Which is lovely, actually, as a diner. Oh, we have a question.
Excuse me?
Does that include the wine, the lady's asking?
No, it doesn't include it. The wines, you can add the wine experience. We also have some lovely wines by the glass, and we've got a couple of beers on. Again, we try and find beers that are quite unique. So we are using Verdant, but we try to use some of the Verdant beers that aren't around town as much. Just sort of ourselves.
I mean, that's interesting in itself, isn't it, to have a wine flight, which is a different glass with each course.
Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah. No, for example,
wonderful.
we've tweaked the wine. We tweak the wine pairing quite often, and we try to have wines on the wine flight that aren't even on the list. They're just sitting in our cellar. So we'll tweak. We put a dish on this week. We wanted to use an Azores white wine, and it had quite a bit of minerality to it. So we swapped out the rosemary that was in the potato course and put seaweed to tie in that sort of real oceanic flavor of the wine into the dish, which is really good. So that's been great this week. And it's the whole idea is to offer wines which you wouldn't normally order necessarily. And that's kind of what we do with the food as well. We don't need to sell the dishes. They're just dishes we create, and then we know they're good, and then you just come and trust us, and you give it a go. So this is our bread. We make a whole wheat bread. We buy our wheat from one farmer, from William. He farms over near Grampound Road, and we buy specific wheats from him, heritage wheats. This one is called Orange Devon. It's a landrace wheat. It's one of the original wheats of the southwest of England. And and we buy it in whole.
Oh, ancient varieties of grain.
And we mill it into wheat, into flour, the days we bake the bread. And we've paired that with a smoked butter. And then over the top of the butter is some honey from Wood Lane, which is the street that comes down to the restaurant. If you walk down Wood Lane, you're straight in our front door. Yeah. So this honey is just
You
amazing.
must have seen a little sign up on your way to the restaurant one day.
No. I installed the hive, pretty much. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and then a bee man manages it for us, which is awesome. So that again is a great product to have ready to go.
We're really spoiled, aren't we, in Cornwall?
Yeah, it's really special.
I don't go out a lot, but when I do, it's in a good establishment, because you're guaranteed really good food. It's so great.
I'm just going to track down some cream.
Okay. Can you smell it down there?
Like some cream.
Smelling very good.
Thank you.
Do you think you'd notice if any of it went missing?
I knew I forgot something. So in here I've got the white wine, the fish stock, and the white wine, fish stock, and now some cream.
Bit of cream.
So
Yeah, lovely.
That's just the base of the sauce. I want that to boil up. I got really used to cooking on induction now, so cooking on gas is a bit different.
Yeah, we had induction here last year.
Yeah, we had that stone top.
And now it's back to a nice gas stove. I like gas.
Yeah.
I like cooking on gas.
So this is the third Porthleven Fest I'm doing on the trot, which is awesome. And one of the traditions I always have is to go for a bit of a forage right here in town before I do my den. So this is a little selection of things I went foraging for, literally 15-minute walk. I've got some three-cornered leek flowers, some salty fingers, sea beet, sea spinach, rock samphire, and some pennywort. So I'm going to be
That's
using
amazing.
those. I'm going to be using those in a couple of different.
You'll all be running
items.
around the harbour with your bags in a minute.
Yeah.
No greenery left on the harbour.
No, you got to, when you forage, you want to forage quite responsibly. Move around. Don't take
Yeah.
from the same area
Yeah.
all the time. So, yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get that reduced down. I've put some little sourdough crumpets. So
They look really sweet.
Yeah, thank you. We make them a little bit smaller for the flurry, but I thought for today I'd do a separate sort of crumpet dish. So we got these in. I put a bit of buckwheat through it. William, the farmer, grows buckwheat as well. And all of these rare grains are really important that we eat more of them because they work with the other wheat and the other plants to either add things to the soil or divert pests, or they're more hardy towards pests. So pests don't even go in the field. And all of these things tie into this whole story.
Yeah.
And it adds a lovely flavour, the buckwheat, because it's traditionally used in buckwheat blini. And a blini and a crumpet are very, very similar. so we put a bit of our sourdough mix in. My sourdough is called Lady Killigrew. Her birthday was on the 21st of April 2016, so it was just last week. And I started her the sourdough starter, which we use in all of our breads, when I moved over here. And she survived all the lockdowns. Chefs had to take them to the house, carry on feeding her because you've got to keep it alive.
That is just another world, isn't it?
So we use that now in our. It's in a little bit in the whole wheat bread, and then also in the crumpet. It doesn't
Fabulous.
It's not 100% sourdough bread, but it helps us keep feeding the sourdough starter and remember to do it.
The starter there, that's what it's called.
Yeah. So while those crumpets are going, one of the garnishes I'm going to do is a little bit of rock samphire. But what I want to do is I want to beer batter the rock samphire. So I made a quick beer batter with some offshore, just offshore, a little bit of flour until it's sort of nice and homogeneous. And then I kind of like it. I'll probably add a bit more beer to that. It's not the end of the world.
So what have you put in it? Beer?
Just a bit of offshore, yeah. Some offshore. So let's get
and what type of flour?
Just plain flour.
Just plain flour.
Plain or strong. And then because the rock samphire.
Sorry.
That's all right. It's going to trigger the boil over. Rock samphire, if you just dip it straight in the flour, it won't coat. So what I do is I dip it in the in water a little bit, because you've got to dredge it in the flour to get the batter to stick to it. So dip it in the water a bit, and then that should stick to that. And then I can bring it over here. And it's going to give that a fry. I've done different garnishes with this dish. Sometimes doing just seaweed buttered scraps and things like that, which is quite nice. But I thought this
and
was a
these
nice
won't
texture.
take long, will they?
No, not long at all.
See, a deep fat fryer. I haven't got one. Has anyone else got one anymore? No. So what's the alternative?
I don't know what it
Like
would
a
do.
little-
I don't know what it would do in an air fryer. I don't know what batter would do in an air
I
fryer.
haven't got one of those either.
But we don't have a deep fry at the restaurant. We just do a little stove top.
Okay.
It's just easier. I don't fry a whole lot of things except for the churros at the start of the meal. So I'm just giving these a nice little toast. And then what I've got over here.
Sorry, just butting in. So you're boiling this quite hard.
Yeah, I really want to
that's
reduce
okay.
that down. Yeah,
Stock, wine, and cream.
that's it. What I've got here is a bit of brown crab butter, which I'm putting on the crumpet.
Oh,
Yeah.
my favourite.
It's really good.
Seriously.
I mean, that's the best part of the crumpet is the butter that soaks in.
So
And
tell us how you make your brown crab butter, please.
so I take the brown crab, we'll steam the crab, take the brown crab out.
So you
and
get your
then-
crabs in live.
Yeah,
Or
sometimes.
sometimes
Again, it
cooked?
depends. If I get it in cooked, then I go for a reliable supplier,
Yeah.
local, reliable,
Yeah.
focus on their sustainability and all of that kind of thing. So as we move through the season, we'll be a bit busier. I'm going to just spread that on a bit there. And then you take the brown crab, and then I like to put it through a sieve just to make sure there's no little
It
bits
can
of
be a little
like
bit
you get those
gritty,
little,
bitty,
and you get
yeah.
those little bits of like the dead man's finger sometimes and
yeah.
things like that, or like the gills. And then I pass it through, and then I blend it with butter. Blend with butter,
Simple
a
as
little
that.
bit of salt,
Yeah.
and then that's it.
Because that's a good flavour from the crab, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely. So go.
And with the crab, I just always, at home personally, just recook the brown meat because the white meat is so delicate, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is.
And to keep it on like the side of the dish is nice, isn't it? Because you get that texture.
So I just want this butter to melt. I'm just going to grab this small blowtorch. So get that to melt into all the little holes. When I was researching how to make a crumpet, all the recipes were great, but all the photographs showed crumpets without holes in them, or they'd covered them. And the hardest thing is actually getting. You can quite easily get something that looks like an English muffin.
Yeah.
But to actually get the proper little sort of lunar look like this is quite tricky. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of these, just pop on the plate. Then I've got my picked white crab. I've put a sauce through this, which is one of my favorite inventions. It's called BOFGA, and it's an acronym for burnt onion fermented garlic aioli. And we
Ooh.
made it by accident because I was trying to make a black mayonnaise for a monkfish dish. and I didn't have any squidding, but I had leek ash, and then I put the leek ash in it, black garlic, blend it together, and the flavour is absolutely amazing.
But isn't that what you sometimes eat some things and think, how on earth did someone come up with this?
Yeah, it was an accident.
So it's by accident, isn't it, sometimes?
Just get that crab on there without falling off. Normally, I would actually plate it off to the side of the plate, so I don't have to make a mess. But I want to pile that up quite high. This is not a crumpet you'll eat with your fingers necessarily. So, and I've got my crispy rock sunflower. And what I'm going to do is to add a little bit of extra flavor of the sea is I've got a dried sea lettuce powder. So dust that over the top, dust that on there. And
this is so lovely.
Just on top. And the idea as well is when you have it, it's a bit like if you ever see crabs about, they're always sort of hiding under the seaweed and all the different things, sort of hiding around. So it's just an inspiration between how I plate the dish, is that they're sort of hiding under the sea vegetable.
And you call these snacks?
Well, that's a much bigger version. This would be a dish. The problem is that because I have the crumpet on the menu already, is that if I was to put this on as one of the courses, I'd have to replace the crumpet with something. So it's a great thing to have at the moment.
So these pans, are these yours? Did you bring these?
No, I didn't.
Right, okay.
Yeah, those were, So you can see that cream. The bubbles are getting bigger.
Okay.
And they're staying sort of bubbly for longer, which means that the sauce is getting thicker, which is kind of what I'm looking for. And then the aroma, it starts getting a bit of a caramel smell. So I'm going to move that to the side. And then also what I brought today is some red mullet. So I love a red mullet. And we've been getting a lot of our fish from Pisk Fish, which is a new fishmonger, newish fishmonger in Falmouth. And I really like what Giles is doing. We use a variety of suppliers. We don't always use the same ones. So sometimes I'll drive to Penryn, to Seabourn, get some fish from you. And but it's nice having Pist on the road. I'll do lunch service on a Friday, step out for a few minutes, and then it's about a 5-minute walk from the restaurant. And I can go there and I'll be like, well, what do you have?
And they are so enthusiastic, aren't they?
It's so enthusiastic, which is great.
And knowledgeable and so sustainable, the fish he's selling.
Yeah, so what we've done is I asked for larger mullet, and what I've done is I've brined it. So I brine it in a brine solution that's a similar salinity to seawater, which just firms the fish up, and then it also seasons it. And then I've confit it. So I put it in a compostable sous vide bag, poached it at a very low temperature, at the temperature that the fish is cooked at. I can't tell you the temperature because it's my secret. But it's
you'd have to kill me.
You end up getting whichever fish I cook. Actually, whatever we cook is all cooked to temperature. The celeriac, everything has its own sort of doneness that we like. So I've gently poached it, then I chill it, and what happens is you get these lovely. The fish is just turned.
Yeah.
So it should be pretty spot on.
And when did you do that? Was that last night or this morning?
I would have. The nice thing is because confit traditionally was a peasant's way of preparing things, so that they weren't allowed the duck breast, but they'd get the duck legs, they'd confit them, put them in the pantry, and then store it in fats for a couple of months.
Okay.
So it's kind of a similar process. So because you've confited in the fat, it's preserved, it's been brined. Red mullet's better the day after you've caught it, but if you confit the day after you've caught it, we don't do it for this long at the restaurant. Pop it in the fridge. If you open that bag a week or two later, it tastes like the day you caught it. It's really amazing.
It's an incredible process.
We do it service to service. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to give the skin's already cooked. So I'm just going to give it a bit of a blowtorch just to break the skin down. And what I love is the color really deepens. You get that
it's a lovely
orange
skin, isn't it?
Yeah.
And if you lightly pan fry them in butter, skin side down, the butter actually goes pink.
Oh, it's
orangey
amazing. I
pink.
love that. That's the best.
It's incredible.
I really like using fish that have a rich diet. So quite often when you get the whole fish and when you gut them, I always check what's in the stomach. And you can definitely taste their diet of little crab
Yes.
and prawn
Yeah,
and
yeah.
things like that, which is really nice. I'll just do those offcuts as well.
So did you say you were in the kitchen on your own?
Yeah, I cook by myself.
What time do you start?
I don't want to say it because it makes it seem like I've got a really easy life. I normally work at 12.
Oh, okay.
I've designed the menu and the structure of my week that it works for myself.
Of course.
Which is, and for the business obviously, but it allows me to take time to go foraging, go for a surf. We were surfing the waves
but
on Thursday.
you always, it's your business, you're always thinking, aren't you,
Yeah.
business?
I
You
mean,
don't
Thursday was
switch
a
off.
rush, so we got to Godreevy, there was traffic, got in the water at 10, got out at 11, got home, washed my wetsuit, went foraging, and I was then at work at 1, and then ready for service for the night.
Yeah,
But it was worth it,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, that's why you're here, isn't it?
Yeah,
For
exactly.
the family, lifestyle, as well as work.
So I accidentally dropped the whisk in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish the sauce. I made a wild garlic butter, bit of salt, blend it together. I'm going to add that in there.
Oh, and that's
Give that
going
a
in
whisk.
there.
Yeah, it's going in there.
Do you want me to
then-
stir?
If you'd like to, yeah, thank you. And then I'm going to do a selection of sea vegetables with this. These leaves of the seaweed are quite big, so I think I might try to do something a bit different today. Which is
What are the
fun.
large leaves called?
It's seaweed or sea spinach, depends. But they're both very similar. And that grows everywhere. The golden rule of foraging is to try and forage quite high up the wall, so higher than a Great Dane.
A lot of
which is a
dogs around.
Yeah, pretty much is a golden foraging rule. And away from busy roads and things like that. But we're really blessed in Cornwall, some great foraging. And the great thing for us, because we really follow these small seasons, is that right when our farmers can only really offer us pumpkins, we can go off and get things like the sea beets and that right when the weather gets nice and cold. So
God, that was in there for 2 seconds.
yeah, it breaks. There's certain times of the year where it'll break down quite quickly and change color. So you just have to decide how you're going to do it. So I'm just going to take that across like that. I might end up using some of that with the lamb as well, to be honest.
So foraging, you can go on courses. If you Google Cornish foraging courses, there's Rachel Lambert down at Penzance Way, I think. Rachel is.
Fat hens. School, I
But,
think it is.
yeah, the
Is it?
Fat
Yeah.
Hen. No, the Fat Hen is another cookery
Another
school.
one. Well, there's a lot,
Yeah.
which is great.
Because it's always good to learn about it properly, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it is. So we've been serving this for the last little while with hispy cabbage, and braised, cooked down, then caramelized, which has been really good. The fish now is cooked all the way through. It's warmed through from the blowtorch, but now it just needs about 40 seconds in the oven. This will need a touch of salt. So I like to put that in first.
So you season that without tasting it. You just know through experience it's going to need a
And
little
the
bit
mic-
of salt.
And the mic gets in the way.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do this as 2. Just roll them up like that. Food in 2 looks a bit strange, so I'm going to do 3. Just going to position those on the side there. And then I'm going to use some of this to add a bit more green. We cook very, very simply, you know.
Yeah.
Because I cook by myself, to be able to produce dishes with lots of flowers and lots of garnish, you need a whole team.
Yeah.
Makes it quite tricky. So I'm just going to take that. I'll position that just next to it.
And that lowers because a kitchen, it's all about timing, stress levels if there are other people around you. So it must be, is it still kind of new to you that you're in the kitchen on your own and there's no stress, or does it still get a little bit stressful?
It gets stressful if my day is very structured in the time I do everything.
Yeah.
So if I'm behind time, the guest won't feel this, but I'm conscious of the timings in
Okay,
which I'm
yeah.
doing things. The hardest thing is if a guest doesn't show on time and arrives half an hour after everyone else, so we've got to try and buffer the service, which is tricky. But so this is our Carrick Roads. Actually, I'll run through the dishes after.
Yes, please do.
I'm going to get onto the lamb. Just got to make sure I'm using all my bits and pieces. I once did a dem where I was as organised as I was for today. It was at Exeter for the Exeter Food Festival. And I drove to Exeter. I said, hey, do you need help with anything? I said, no, I'm all set up. All my prep's in my cool box. And they're like, oh, you can go on stage 15 minutes before the dem. I go on stage, open the box, and all I had was oysters and forage. All other 12 items that I'd prepped, backpacked, stored out there, had left in the restaurant 2 hours away.
No way.
But I winged it. Luckily,
yeah.
Luckily, there's Irish in my bloodline, so I could talk for a long time.
And did everyone gather round and help you out with ingredients?
No, it was myself.
Oh, you did it just with oysters?
No, I didn't tell anyone. Pietru knew. She saw I was petrified. And afterwards, I told Michael Keynes what happened, and he said, well, he wouldn't have known. So I was really glad that I managed to get by with that one.
Yeah.
So this is pennywort or navel wort. So that's also everywhere at the moment. It's about a turn. When the leaves start turning to a like a sort of amber reddish color, then it gets quite astringent. So
oh my
it
gosh,
sort of
that was literally
dries out your palate.
seconds.
Yeah, no, I just soften it. So I'm going to let that cool on the board a little bit. And then over here I've got a lamb jus with a bit of wild garlic caper from last season through it. So that just needs to be warmed through, so that's fine. And then I'm going to do a selection of forage. So I'll do some sea beet, some of the salty fingers, because they add a nice sort of salinity to the dish. And the idea behind this dish was I went to go visit the farm, and I got back to the restaurant after seeing the lamb and that, and I said to the team, I was like, I want to create a dish that's true to this farm's terroir. So I drew a picture of the farmhouse and the field and the cliffs and then the sea. And then I drew a crab pot in the sea, and I was like, oh, I can do lamb and crab. So that's what we did. We took the lamb from the field, worked through the hedgerow, and then down the sea cliffs to the sea, and then we paired the crab with it. So that's how the dish came about.
Very nice. Both rich flavours.
Yeah, rich flavours, slightly sweet, but in a savoury way. So these don't go in for long either. And then I'll do some of the sea beet.
So talking of front of house, how important is it to get your staff to know the menu, taste the menu, talk to your clients about the menu?
Yeah, it's
do they get tasters?
Yeah, we do tasters as often as possible. I'm fortunate that the team I have consists of 3 of us, although it is going to move up to 4, which is good. And of the 3, well, Pietru and I have been together for 17 years. And then Bobby, who is my front of house manager, he worked for me as a chef in my previous job.
Okay.
So he knows my food like the back of his hand.
Yeah.
And because of this style of storytelling, the style of food, it's not obvious how much effort went into it, if that makes sense.
Well, you are making it look very simple.
Good.
And there are so many beautiful ingredients.
So what I'm doing is I'm taking some of the crab that was dressed with that babka sauce, and I'm going to pop it in the penny wort.
Okay.
Like that. And then I fold it over like a little sort of taco. And again, it's playing with that idea of the crab hiding under the sea veg.
That looks so sweet. Every time I'm up here, I think I'm going to do that next week.
And yeah, especially now because there are a lot of big pennywort leaves, and you can pre-blanch them; they don't lose their color, which is really nice. So I work by myself. I don't have a whole lot of time or a separate team who can prep while I'm prepping for today. And I cook with part of our sustainability journey is minimum waste. So that is the last of the babka sauce for the week. So I've got just enough for one plate. So
what have you called this? Sorry?
Babka. So this is the burnt onion fermented garlic aioli.
That's right. Yeah.
Which I'm so used to saying because I came up with it a couple of years ago.
Oh, it was a couple of years ago.
A couple of years ago, yeah. It just ties in with our story, and because the lamb's in. So let's get a little spread. Pop that off.
So if you've just joined us, ladies and gents, this is Hilton Espy from Culture Restaurant in Falmouth, coming up with some lovely dishes. And by all means, come up and have a quick chat. We're tight on timing today because we want to get through all the demos.
So So I'm going to pop this celeriac over there. Just next to that, I'll choose one of the pieces, whichever one of the breasts I like. Take the bigger one, pop it there. Then at this stage, I like taking one of these and a layer there. So you know it's the crabs on the plate because it's lamb and crab, but the crabs are so hidden.
It really does look lovely.
Take a little bit of this.
Can you just talk us through it all again, because we've nearly got to finish up?
Yeah,
please.
I will. We'll get the jus.
The flowers look lush.
There we go. Right. So this is our slow roasted lamb breast from Tregallis. We have the celeriac. This is slow roasted, caramelized in the lamb fat. Some deboned lamb leg. This has been just sort of basted in there. The crab mixed with the babka sauce, the burnt onion, fermented garlic aioli, in pennywort leaf. And then I'll put some fresh pennywort on as well. So it's really supposed to remind you of the hedgerow. Then over here we have our brown crab crumpet. On top is some white crab, also with the babka sauce, some rock samphire that's been battered, seasoned with dried sea lettuce. Then we have, I'm currently adding things to this dish. We're going to have the red mullet. The sauce is made from a reduction of the red mullet stock, some wild garlic butter, and then some sea spinach that's been rolled up and seasoned with the seaweed. And then we have a cheese and onion churros with kern from Liner Dairies, a little onion powder made from three-quartered leek, and then our Williams grains course, orange Devon wheat from William Radmore, which we baked into a whole wheat bread. I mill the flour fresh, so we instead of weighing out a kilo of flour, we out a kilo of wheat, mill it, bake the bread, and then the butter's been lightly smoked and then dressed with honey from Wood Lane, which is the street that comes down to the restaurant. So that just gives you a bit of an idea of what we do.
Thank you so much. Doesn't it look absolutely wonderful? Hilton Espy from Culture. Thank you, Hilton. It's lovely to see you always. And I must come down.
Yeah, you must come down.
And visit. Like all of us, I'll see you all down there.
Great to see you.
Yeah, thank you. Ladies and gents, if you have any questions, please come on up. But stay around. We've got plenty more happening. We've got Tim Kendall up next, and then Chris Eden. So lots and lots going on here. And it is sunny. Thank goodness. You've all brought the sunshine.
No, the three-cornered leek, yeah. The wild garlic.
Hello, ladies and gents. Next up is Tim Kendall with Freya. Can I have a chat to you? Well, should we stand back a bit while Tim gets sorted? So, Tim is from the Barley Sheaf and the Rising Sun. And tell us about your relationship with Tim, Freya, please. Hang on, I don't know. Can you hear Freya? Have a chat.
Tim's my mentor.
That's better, is it? Yeah.
I know him through my dad. He mentors me in all my competitions.
Ah, okay. So, do you work at the establishments with him at weekends?
No, I work for my dad.
Ah.
Private dining company.
Right. Okie dokie. So, just tell us what you've been up to, because it's a really interesting story.
For the last 2 years, I've been competing in cooking competitions. I'm 2 times Cornwall Junior Chef of the Year, 1 time Southwest Junior Chef of the Year. I'm a 2 times regional finalist winner for a springboard competition, which is a national competition, and I came second this year for that competition nationally out of 13,000.
Round of applause. Wow. We've got a wonderful young talent on stage here. Well done. Congratulations.
And I won a Brian Turner Taste Award for my dessert, which is what we're making today.
So tell us about meeting Brian Turner. Where was the competition and et cetera, et cetera?
So the competition was in a college in London, and I met Brian Turner the year before, but he got a bit teary-eyed giving me my...
Did he? He's a lovely man, isn't he? I've not met him, but he comes across as lovely. Yeah. So you're doing the pudding today, yeah? Wonderful. Tim, lovely to see you again. Tell us about your establishments. You've got the Rising Sun and the Barley Sheaf.
Yeah, so I've got Rising Sun, which is based in between Porthleven and Alston, in a village called Alton.
Yep.
And then we've got the Barley Sheaf, which is based in Gorham, near Mevagissey and Snostal. So got both those establishments doing really, really well.
Good.
Great community pubs with gastro pubs.
Yes.
So it's a community pub with food and drink orientated. So like Freya said, we've been working together for the last couple of years now. So she became second on the Springboard Future Chefs. She didn't mention it's out of 13,500 children who entered. And she came second, so it's
major.
Very good achievement.
Yeah.
Great for our industry as well, so it's the future. It's just trying to entice people into our industry and show how great it is. Really.
Yeah, it's a.
So that's the main thing.
Yeah.
I'm going to move over here quickly.
Okay. So it's a busy industry, isn't it? You don't mind the hours, and it's obviously, I take it, it's something it's what you're gonna do when you leave school. Yeah. So what got you into it?
My dad.
I had a feeling you might say that. So tell us about your dad's story. Where's Dad? Hi, Dad. Well done.
Basically, my dad's been in the industry for, well, I don't know how long, but a while. So I've been around it my whole life.
Yeah.
And I've been in kitchens since I was very young, so I've always been around it.
Yeah.
So naturally, I just...
Oh, it's wonderful to hear all your achievements so far, and I look forward to keeping an eye on you, Freya. So, what have you brought with us today? Talk us through.
So, it's a chocolate tiramisu. It's in a chocolate dome. I don't really know what to say.
That's all right. I mean...
So it's chocolate tiramisu. So it's basically a chocolate mousse, a tempered chocolate sphere, and then you've got a coffee mascarpone to go on there, and then we've made a coffee cake to go in the middle, and then it's got a chocolate sauce, and also we use a cherry gel. So when we use bananas, so we go with cherries and chocolate.
Oh, sounds very nice.
Yeah, so we're using a coffee rum to go in it. So a Barrow coffee, dark chocolate coffee rum, which is delicious. So anyway, 2 seconds and I'll be ready to go.
Yeah, no problem at all. So the cherry, did you say a cherry gel? Do you make that yourself? What's the process?
I personally don't make the
Okay.
cherry gel, but
Yeah, so it's basically it's cherry entier or cherry puree.
Oh, okay.
Sugar. We put a little bit of ascorbic acid for acidity, and then some agar-agar, which is a seaweed compound to set it.
Oh, okay.
So it's instead of using gelatin, so it's
Yes.
vegan friendly.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But we use it quite a lot in our restaurant in our gel, so it basically solidifies it, so it can be plausible
Mm.
without it going everywhere.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So, Freya, first. So we're going to make so these are the chocolate shells. So we pre-make these. So it's a tempered chocolate. And how we temper the chocolate is we take the chocolate pistils. We're not going to do it on stage today only because we haven't got much time. So we take the chocolate pistils, which is what you can buy from any supermarket, and we put them in a bowl or in the microwave is a good one. And you basically bring up to temperature of 48 degrees precisely. And then with that, we take it down in a cold bowl and take it down to 27 degrees, and then bring it back up to 31 degrees. This is so the molecules in the chocolate start to form and break down, so you get a nice snap.
Oh,
Chocolate.
yeah, yeah.
So like you would do in a bar of chocolate. So we're manipulating those sugar crystals and the chocolate crystals, so it can be pliable, and you get this also beautiful shine from it as well.
Oh, wow, look at that. That's perfect.
So you get beautiful shine. So Freya used these in the competition, which gives it the edge.
Yeah, lovely. So is pudding your thing? If someone said, right, you're in a restaurant, what section do you want to be in? Would you head towards the pudding section?
no, I've run away.
Oh, would you?
I can bake.
Yeah,
I can do desserts.
yeah.
But I would rather do something else.
Oh, would you? Like the main courses,
Yeah.
savoury food?
Yeah.
Ah.
It's just not what I specialise in.
Oh, okay. Well, you did something right, didn't you, with it?
I can do it.
Yeah.
For Southwest competition, there is no dessert. For the competition, you just do a main.
Oh, I
So
see.
I do more with mains than I do desserts.
Yeah.
It's just not something that I really have to practice.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ah, interesting. Okay. Oh, smell that. Chocolate.
So that's so it's just so we're going to make the chocolate mousse to start. So this is kind of a chocolate. You can use any chocolate. It's a medium to dark chocolate, so it's 52%. So it's quite it's a bitter but also sweet. So we're going to start making the chocolate mousse. So it's chocolate, cocoa powder, and then also 50 grams of butter. So there's 300 grams of chocolate in here.
Calorie free.
Calorie free, yeah, of course. Sugar free as well.
Yeah.
So and then you've got 100% cocoa powder and then 50 grams of butter. So we're going to put this over a crack of oil. Just that down. Freya, at the time, can you just crack these eggs for me, please? So we use local eggs, which is you can. So if you put 3 in here, and then separate the yolks and the white.
So is it true what they're saying about chocolate? That supplies are going to be quite slim and the price is going to double?
The price is going to be going skyrocketing.
Freeze your chocolate now.
Yeah, so it's not going to be as bad as they think it's going to be.
Okay.
But it's still going to be a luxury item.
Yes.
Just sort of preventative and especially with how different climates happen.
Yeah, of course. That's what it's all about, isn't it? Yeah.
A lot of the infrastructure is all breaking.
Yeah.
As we can see with the prices of at the moment of food when you go to the supermarket. So chocolate's going to be one of them. Also from Tanzania, a lot of chocolate being in Tanzania. They just had this massive flood.
Yeah.
So again, trying to produce everything.
Yeah, well, there's only 4, I don't know the countries, but apparently 4 main countries that supply the world with chocolate. So if there's environmental disasters, it's going to be interesting to watch, isn't it?
Of course, but we all love chocolate.
Yeah.
The nation of England love chocolate. We're chocoholics. So that's one of the reasons for having this, really. It's the mix of, it's a classic tiramisu, but with chocolate.
Yeah.
So we're melting our chocolate down. That's to go for our chocolate mousse, which Freya's doing. So it's basically 3 whole eggs in one bowl, and then we've got 3 egg whites in another. And that will basically make a something called cafe bomb on it, which is where we take sugar and water, which is what it is. And we basically take up the temperature and we make a
I mean, you see the quality of those yolks and the colour is just lovely. That's the difference, isn't it? Using the local produce.
scrape that into there. So you can see here, we've got sugar in a pan, got some water.
That looks rich.
So you can get some water. Can you get a little bit of water, please? Just dash, yeah. So it's basically making essentially a caramel. Thank you very much.
Ah, right.
Yeah, induction last year.
Yeah, back to gas this year. Do you need a lighter? Thank you, Charlie.
So we're going to bring that up to boil, to rapid boil, and then we're going to put it into a KitchenAid.
So is this the type of pudding you would put on in your establishments, Tim?
We have this in our establishment all through the winter, only because it's a great one. No bit different, we have bananas with it.
And what's the distance between your two establishments then? Are you running from, it's an hour.
So,
Do you have your certain days in certain...
well, yeah, I normally try and go down at least one day a week. I've got a fantastic team down
Yeah.
there to look after it. So my head chef Dan, he's down there. He looks after the place. He's actually just won an award for National Pub of the Year.
Yep.
So we won the county championship for that, which we didn't know.
Yeah, yeah.
Told randomly, so it was judged, didn't writing or anything.
They just came in and ate.
Came in and ate and thought, you know what?
Wow.
Fantastic club, so which is a great achievement.
Yeah, fantastic.
It's great contribute to the whole team with that. So we got the finals on the 26th of June.
Oh, well, good luck.
Yeah, so should be great.
And that is great to think your head chef did all of that with his team under your guidance. So when you're not there, you know the pub is, your establishment is in really good hands.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, Charlie.
What are you looking for now?
For the whisk for the kitchen.
A hand whisk. Be all right, Freya. We'll get there. So, is there anywhere in particular you're setting your sights to? When you leave school, will you go to college or?
Yeah, so we're thinking about me going to college.
Yeah.
And then possibly doing a placement for Adam
For?
Handling.
Ah, right, okay. Yeah, yeah. Lovely. So the college course is what, 2 years?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that will be St Austell for you, will it?
I think we're going to go to Truro.
Truro College.
Yeah.
So all the catering in Cornwall, actually, the colleges have got quite good reputations, haven't they?
Yeah.
And they all work together. Am I right in saying that? So you've got Penwith and Truro and St. Yeah, I think.
Too sure.
Yeah, yeah. And they've got their own mentors, which is wonderful.
Yeah.
Ah, we've got the whisk. Got the whisk.
Right. So obviously that's coming up.
So do you ever argue with your dad in the kitchen saying, get out, I'm cooking? Tonight, oh, you do? That's brilliant. Really good.
He does the same to me. So
Oh, does he? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Do you ever cook together?
Yeah.
You do. That's good. Wonderful. That's all right. We can keep chatting. So remind us where you are, Tim, and where people can go to taste your wonderful food.
So so Rising Sun, also Barney Sheep and Goro. So it's Rising Sun's over in between Porthleven and Norton, just off the A30. And Barney Sheep is in Leatherheaton. So they're two really good community pubs. Lovely gastro pub side of things as well.
Yeah, you're so lucky there. Well, your communities are so lucky to have you.
Yeah.
Good food in the village or the town is just wonderful to have on your doorstep.
Yeah, no, they're two really good. They get fed very well.
Yeah,
And very healthy, which is great.
yeah. And that makes a huge difference.
Obviously, this is not meant to happen, so this is, I'm just blue petering it at the moment. So.
That's all right. We've got a kind audience. And by the way, if you've got any questions, please just pop your hand up.
Once you go to the caramel, obviously try and make sure it's not really a caramel. You pour it into the egg. This is just to cook it. So it's edible straight away. Just slow, nice and slowly. Just basically cook the egg.
Yeah, so the heat of the caramel is cooking the egg.
The heat of the caramel starts to cook it. I don't know if you can see that. So basically, so nice and cooking, gets a lovely air bubbles to it, that makes the mousse look very, very light. Like so. So that can settle to one side. On the other one, we've got double cream here, so we're going to take it to soft heat.
You'll get there.
Obviously, normally we'd have a KitchenAid going, but we can talk
And
about.
so how many are in your brigade in the Rising Sun?
So by the time we have 5 chefs altogether, and then 5 front of house. We're open 5 days a week, from Tuesdays, Wednesday to Sunday. Certainly free on lunch and dinner.
And is that through the... Sorry.
I don't know if anyone can see, but basically it's starting to go to soft heats now, just like we would do for calamari.
Ah, yeah.
There we go. We get this. Improvise.
Yes, you'll be all right.
I've got the chocolate here, all melted down. So that's got the chocolate, powder, and butter. So that's all nice and melted now. So we're going to do a 3-part fold on that. see that? Yeah. Straight down the side. Just slowly mix. You want to make sure those egg yolks are cooked, only just for safety purposes, and also so you can eat it straight away. I know sort of in the old recipes, it's beaten style, which my mum used to do.
Yeah.
Used to do pretty much raw eggs.
Yeah, yeah.
For safety reasons, that's why you cook them.
Yeah, yeah. And
This just makes it really rich. You could do chocolate and the double cream, which would be fine, but this just gives it really extra richness to it, as you can see. Now we're going to start adding the cream as well to it.
so could you make these before service as such?
Yeah, we used to make these beforehand. If you have a dinner party or anything, this can all be put up so you've all done it beforehand.
Yeah.
In the fridge. And then with that, you can enjoy your dinner party and then just take them out of the fridge. So it looks like you've done it straight away. But this is a great dish for tiramisu. It's so quick that, yeah, for any special occasions, you can do it.
So you're adding it all in bit by bit, really?
Bit by bit, so it incorporates all together, so there's no, it's all even.
Yeah, yeah. Are you pleased with the way it's going? Yeah? Good. So you don't dip your fingers in then? Have a little taste as you go in?
No digging.
You're only allowed to do that at home, aren't you, I suppose?
So it's quite wet to start with, but once they're all layered up in the fridge and let it set and let it rest, it goes really, really moosey and delicious. Right, so that's that. Right then, over here. So I'm going to let that set now. Over here. I just need to go and clean this a bit.
So have you eaten at both establishments?
Yes.
Nice. I bet. Sounds really nice. Oh, hello. Yeah, so what's your favourite course at one of Tim's restaurants? Pigeon starter. Oh, we're expecting that. Yeah, how's it cooked? What's the dish like?
Well, I haven't had it in about like a year.
Okay.
I remember it being amazing and it looking beautiful. And every time I've gone to one of Tim's restaurants, I've gone, can I get the pigeon star? But I always go at the wrong times, the wrong season.
Oh,
of the
okay.
season.
Yeah, yeah.
So
It's more of a winter dish, isn't it?
Yeah, it is my fault.
It's great because for young teenagers like Freya, when they come and they try and eat something different,
Yes, it's brilliant to see. Yeah.
which is beige, which my kids eat. Whereas good and other teenagers are good that they come and eat something different, get those taste buds going and try
Yeah.
something different. So
Yeah, yeah.
it's good to have different things on the menu.
And I think that's the way you're brought up as well, isn't it? Obviously, you're cooking with your dad and you're going to try everything. My girls are foodies and then they didn't realise it. You know, they're 21 and 23 now. They have a right old moan about some food that they get served. And it's great. It's really good. So you've been brought up with it, haven't you?
Yeah.
So I was going to say, right, next, so now we've got our chocolate sauce. So if anyone saw what I was doing on here. So this is our chocolate sauce. This goes on after the dough is made. So this has got chocolate powder, butter, sugar, honey.
Salt.
There's a little bit of honey in there.
Bit
A little bit
of
of salt
honey.
as well. And butter as well. So with this, we're just going to bring it up to the boil and reduce it a little tiny bit. But it makes a really good chocolate sauce. Even if you've got brownies or anything like that, my kids love it. So this gives it extra bit of indulgence.
Yeah, very nice.
And then on the other side, we've got mascarpone. So this is our mascarpone cream. So it's double cream, mascarpone, and sugar.
Do you want me to do that?
I already used this spoon. I can't find any more utensils there. So, and this is basically our mascarpone cream to go in the side of it. This is a basic tiramisu. So this is what you'd use for a tiramisu.
Right.
And then I'm going to use a little bit of this coffee rum just to give it a nice coffee taste to it. Nice dash. I'm going to put some of the sauce as well.
I love using alcohol in puddings. I love it.
So again, we're going to have this nice loud whisk going.
Tim.
You all right?
Yeah. We just asked when I should do the orange.
Yeah, so I'm going to bring it all together first. And then at the last minute we zest a load of orange into it. Again, just give the layers of flavour.
Yeah, lovely. Classic combination, chocolate, orange. Nice.
And because of the mascarpone, it comes together very quick, as you can see.
So you're thickening that up, Tim?
Yeah, so we want to make it really, really thick on this one. Like that. Like so, if you can see that. Everyone can see that? So it's nice thick mascarpone. I'll try and get this there.
So do you ever get a day off, Tim? Two establishments, you must be working every hour God sends.
I do. I have Monday off, so both establishments are shut Monday, so I can spend the time with my kids and my family. So
yeah, lovely.
Yeah, try and get at least one day in. But yeah, it's the things having an establishment. It's it's a lot to do. Right then, so it can all start coming together now with these chocolate dishes. Take a spoon. So got our domes here, and we're going to spoon a little bit of chocolate mousse at the bottom. So when you get your first crack on the mousse, on the shell, you get a nice big dollop of chocolate mousse at the bottom.
Is that sauce okay?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's all melted now. It's looking lovely.
So yeah, the chocolate sauce has all come together now.
How rich does that look? Really nice.
That is delicious with some brownies. So.
Did you bring any brownies?
I didn't know,
Didn't
unfortunately.
think so.
So the mascarpone, I'm just going to finish it with a bit of orange. Again, another layer of flavour.
Someone doing that behind, I think you might know him.
Ah, Mr. Delorme, is it?
It might have been.
So you're just going to put some cream on the bottom of that as well. And just layer them up. Again, this is Blue Peter style, okay?
That's all right. They're looking good. Are you going to stick them together then?
Not
Do
quite.
they go together? No. Oh, sorry. I'll keep quiet.
And then you've got our coffee cake. So we make it's basically a type of sticky toffee pudding, but we put a load of coffee through it as well.
Yeah.
So it makes it extra moist, but also you've got that really nice coffee flavour as well. So you just break that up as well. Put that in there. But again, these sort of dishes are really good with your kids. what my kids like here.
Yeah.
Enjoy cooking with myself and my wife, and we just it brings a little bit of fun to it.
Yeah, is your wife in the trade? Is she into it?
She isn't. No, she's well, she is actually. Yeah, she's a part of the business, but she does all the brilliant stuff of the accounts and
all the accounts.
HR.
Yeah.
And then she looks after the cleanliness of both the pubs. So
behind every great man.
Yeah, there's a great wife. So
yeah,
we've been together for 15 years.
Oh,
which is,
well done.
Yeah,
it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. How old are the children?
So I've got 9, 7 and 5. So they're very, very young. But they enjoy the pubs as well. So,
lovely, yeah.
So they all cook for them on a Sunday sometimes.
Brilliant.
Which they love.
Get them involved.
So with these chocolate mousses, they basically come up on the shell, and what we do is just place them on the bottom here.
Look at that.
Like so.
You pleased with that?
Yes.
How many of these have you eaten, Freya?
I don't like tiramisu.
Hey?
I don't like tiramisu, but I have eaten a lot. But I don't like tiramisu. But I do like my one.
You got the jam?
Got the jam.
So Freya made the
Yeah,
gel
I do.
this morning.
I love it when you're in a restaurant and you think, God, I'm really full. I can't eat anything else.
Well, you can definitely eat this
10
one.
minutes and then you're into the pudding, aren't you? When you
Yeah.
see them coming out looking so nice.
Amazing. So this is basically a cherry gel. So yeah, we take cherry puree, sugar, ascorbic acid, or you can use lemon juice. And then we put agar in, bring up to the boil, and we set it, and we blitz it, and we make it into really nice gel, so it's pliable. And then we make it look pretty on the plate. So from all the elements coming together, finally becomes quite nice.
Lovely rich colour.
Yeah, and the contrast of it, it's sort of, obviously it's a tiramisu, but also it's got the vibes of like a forest gatto.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's it. Forest
yeah.
gatto.
It's all the
Nice.
classics, because I don't know if you remember last year I did a Queen of Puddings. So it's all the classic puddings that we all love
Yeah, yeah.
and gives us nostalgia. So
And they're classics, aren't they? Prawn cocktail. Do you remember prawn cocktails? You probably don't.
Yes.
So that's what they look like when they go out into the restaurant. And then we, at the table, we haven't got any jugs here, but we pour.
So you pour at the table.
Yeah, so we pour the chocolate sauce over.
Here we go.
Like so.
Smell that.
And that there, we've got our chocolate tiramisu with cherry and then a mascarpone and chocolate cake.
Well done.
Oh, sorry, coffee cake.
Thank you so much, Tim Kendall and Freya. Thank you, Freya. It's been lovely talking to you both. And that looks absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you very much. No, thank you very much. Any questions at all?
Any questions from anybody? Just give another shout out where you're from.
So I'm Tim Kendall. I'm from the Rising Sun in Altonan and the Barley Sheaf in Gorran. And this is...
Oh, what? Freya Barrett?
Freya Barrett. So Freya Barrett, she's 15 years old.
Only
She's
15.
the only 15 Southwest Junior Chef of the Year 2023. And also she came runner-up on Springboard Future Chefs. So yeah, thank you very much.
Keep an eye out for Freya and thank you, Tim.
Keep an eye out for Freya for the future.
Lovely to
She'll
work
be
with
up
you
here
both.
one day.
Yes, you will. You definitely will. Yeah, keeping an eye. Thank you both.
No, thank you very much. No, thank you.
There's a question at the front.
No, I can come down with a question. Yeah. Right, okay. I've got to come up because we're on camera. How long would the mousse take to set?
Only about an hour. Yeah, an hour to set. So you can take the double cream further and it will set quicker. So it solidify a bit quicker, and also if the chocolate cools down a lot quicker, it would be a lot quicker.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Guys, stay around. Next up is Chris Eden, Michelin star chef from Gidley Park. He's come all the way down to do a demo, and that won't be long. That'll be at 12:30. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely to see you all. Another demo, another exciting demo from Chris Eden, Gidley Park, Michelin star chef. So you're in for a treat and you'll be learning a lot. Any questions you have, please just ask away, raise your hand. And these little boys, or not so little now, belong to Chris. And I've forgotten your name. What's your name?
Joshua.
Joshua.
Lucas.
Lucas, you've got a mic on. So we'll be having a chat about your dad, won't we? And his cooking. You can ask him a question. Hello, Chris.
How are you? All right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, no problems at all. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, they want to be here, so it's fine.
How are you? All good?
Who's that to the boys and me?
You.
Yeah, no.
To you.
I'm all good, thank you very much, yeah.
What are you up to today?
So, we're going to do a couple of things, but actually 3 things. So, we're going to do a squid dish that we do at work, and then we're going to do a squid dish that we like eating at home, and then the boys are going to do a dessert that they love, and we've served it in the restaurant before in the last few years. So,
wow.
There's a few things going on. So, yeah, just kind of we'll get our heads down and start to do a few things, really.
Yeah, over to you.
Get one of these. So yeah, so the squid dish is like a squid risotto basically with a bit of seashore herbs and some crackers and some smoked trout roe. So that's kind of a dish that we serve in the restaurant. And then I didn't want to do a complete restaurant kind of dish, so we're going to do another dish that kind of like that we kind of eat at home, which is just something
lovely.
that we love eating as well.
Yeah.
And then there's a dessert that we actually did at the Porthleven Food Festival a few years ago that me and Lucas did that you kind of did a picture of.
Yes.
And they love it, so they wanted to come on stage and kind of do the dessert as well. So it's kind of like a bit of a
very nice
family thing.
Well, the thing is, I think home cooking is so important. And to eat together, you stay together, and it's just a great thing to do with the children. And also, it gives them, without them realising, I think, the knowledge of how good food can be at home.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I think like it's important. You know, we're lucky because my wife's an amazing pastry chef as well. So kind of we eat well at home, and the guys will eat well. That's what they will do. They'll understand how to eat well.
So my dad was a fisherman. Times were good, times were hard, but we always ate well. Always had good food on the table. So very lucky.
100%. Right. So, right up to you. Do you want me to put it on the plate?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Right. So this is something that we've done for a few years now, and I kind of put it on the menu now and again, really more now. But it's like a clotted cream tart, and then we take the inspiration from Thunder and Lightning, and we kind of do it in our kind of special way, really. So there's a few things that goes on top. So we have saffron jelly, obviously. So there's a bit of saffron jelly there, and then all we do with that is saffron, water, a little bit of sugar, and some gelatine, and then we set that. So it's kind of like a really nice little saffron jelly that goes on top of it. We've got some crumble pieces to add a bit more texture on top of it. There's a little bit of red vein salt to give it a bit of like citrus notes.
I remember this from the Oyster Festival.
So yeah, so kind of like it's a lovely little. Well, we love it, and the boys love eating it. So.
And am I right in saying the colour of the cheesecake comes from the yolk of the egg?
The yolks of the egg. So we use egg yolks, the rich egg yolks. So it's kind of like a golden colour. So so kind of it's nice and golden, and obviously we put clotted cream into the tart as well. So it's kind of there's a lot of like richness in there as well.
Very
so
nice.
I don't know if do you want one each, boys?
Yeah, right. Just right.
Oh, a bit of piping going to happen, is it?
Well, a little bit. They can have some fun.
Yeah.
Kind of, it's nice to be able to come and be on stage with Daddy and kind of have
lovely.
See what happens.
So I think Joshua's going to ask you a question, Chris. He's going to do my job.
Well, okay.
What's your favourite meal?
My favourite meal? I don't know.
What's your go-to?
what do you like, gyros and flatbreads and don't know, yeah, just kind of like simple food really. We don't really eat, we eat simple food. We just kind of, I don't know, we just
You haven't got...
macaroni cheese. That's what the boys eat.
Oh, macaroni cheese.
Boys love macaroni cheese.
You like macaroni cheese? Good. I think it's delicious.
So we're going to do a few things. So the boys are kind of like what we do on top of the tart. We just do a few little dots. So there'll be a few little dots all everywhere, and the boys are doing that now. And then I'm going to do a couple of things now. So just try to find a couple of pans.
So squid. Where do you get your squid from?
So it's called a squid. Comes from we use a fish company called Wing Fish. So they kind of source it all for us.
Yeah.
So kind of they're good as gold. So we use that. So the boats will land and kind of we'll just get the squid from Jack.
And their quality is very good, isn't it?
It's just I don't use anybody else. We only use them. What he gets for us is just amazing. So I don't need to kind of I don't need to use anybody else really because he gets everything that I need from us.
Yeah.
So it's good. So yeah. So I'm just going to do a squid risotto. Kind of sounds a little bit more difficult than what it is, but all we're going to do is I've got some beautiful squid here. And any kind of like fishmonger and all that kind of stuff, they'll clean the squid for you and get rid of all the kind of...
Yeah. That's a good thing about, I mean, us as, Joe Public, if you go to a good fishmonger, they'll do it all for you. A lot of people don't realise we have local squid.
Yep.
Do they? It's a fabulous product.
Yeah, and if you can't use squid, then like it can be a bit expensive. Cuttlefish is I'm still a massive fan of cuttlefish. A bit thicker, a bit more chewier, but still equally as delicious.
Yeah.
So I do like cuttlefish as well. So all we do with the squid is dice it, and what we do when we do at the restaurant, we kind of like normally
Oh, so you're doing very thin strips.
Yeah, so we'll go one way, and all this is it's not actually a squid risotto. The actual squid is the risotto. So instead of using rice, we actually use the squid, and that's what's kind of a bit different. And we do this different ways actually. We do it with mushroom. So we do a fine dice of mushroom and kind of dice that up and finish it in a risotto way.
Yeah.
So it's a take on it more than anything else. So what we'll do is we'll just kind of go do nice long strips, and then we'll go down as well, and then we'll turn this into a dice. And the dice obviously then just represents the actual grains of the grains basically. So we'll dice this up, and then like I said, I'm going to do two different dishes now. So one dish is what we serve in the restaurant, just because I just love it at the moment. It's one of those dishes that we kind of do now, and it's just and it's mega, and it's delicious, and it's very representative of what we are doing now.
Is this a starter or part of a taster menu? How does it work?
So yeah, so this is part of a start. This is part of a starter. We used to run tasting menus, and we do packages now with the hotel that if you dine with us for 2 nights, then we'll do a tasting menu one night and we'll do a a la carte the next night. But we just kind of, I don't know if we've pulled away from tasting menus, but we're definitely not offering them at the moment. But we will do them if somebody wants it. And
yeah.
So that's what we do. So it's a cauliflower risotto. So all I've done is we make cauliflower puree. So it's just literally like milk, cream, cauliflowers just cooked down together, and then it's just...
Have you put that through a blender then?
Yeah, we blended it, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like as if you would make a risotto with like cheese and all that kind of stuff. Exactly the same sort of thing. That's the kind of base that we will use for the squid. All right. So we'll get this cauliflower puree up to temperature, and the secret with squid is obviously you either cook it really long or you cook it really short, because otherwise it will go really super chewy.
Yeah.
So all we'll do is we'll bring this squid up, and then comes up to the boil, and then we'll just finish this now. So we'll put the squid into it, we'll turn it back to the heat, but ultimately the squid's cooked. Most fish that we try to cook is about 60 degrees. That's the temperature really that a piece of fish will normally cook to.
Ah, so you're popping it in there to cook?
So yeah, so basically all we do, stir it together, and that residual heat will cook the squid. You don't have to do really too much to it. And as it sits in that boiling puree, it will continue to cook.
And you're going to keep a lot of flavour in there as well, aren't you?
Yeah, like you see, there's all it is just the squid's in there, so all the flavours are all in one pan. There's not going anywhere else. We're not blanching anything, we're not doing anything else or anything like that, so that's what we do. So we're going to add a bit of parmesan to this now, and that will give us this saltiness and creaminess and everything like that. So that's kind of there. And as the squid cooks, they will actually thicken up as well, and the kind of the parmesan will thicken it up as well. So actually now, it kind of looks like a risotto.
That's
It tastes delicious.
lovely.
So yeah, so that's,
Oh, it smells amazing.
yeah, so it's squid, cauliflower puree, parmesan in there. It's nice and salty, it's nice and rich, creamy. And then all we'll do now is we'll just put it into our bowl.
Don't think they've been this quiet for years.
Look at that, that's cool, isn't it? Look at that.
A lot of creation going on
Yeah,
over
yeah,
there.
yeah. At least that's lunch for them. Cheap lunch. So yeah, so what we'll do now, we're going to put the squid into the bowl, and then we'll just start dressing this. So it's kind of like,
That was so quick.
yeah, I mean, it's not a as long as you know what you're doing and you're kind of controlling what you're doing and all that kind of stuff, it's absolutely fine. So all we'll do now is we'll get a little bit chefy now. But because we're making a risotto, so what we do is we get some wild rice and we put it into hot oil and it just puffs up. So this is like puffed wild rice.
Keeping
So
to the theme of risotto.
Exactly, yeah. So kind of like, there's that, okay? And then cauliflower and pine nut is a marriage, so we'll just put a little bit of pine nuts on top of it. And that just gives it a little nutty element, it kind of works with the cauliflower puree. And then we make these at work as well, similar to what we did with the saffron jelly. So we get some Pedrex M&S and some squid ink, and we kind of boil that together. And then what we do now is we kind of add these two as well. So the Pedrex M&S is quite sweet jelly, and the squid ink gives it a nice little blackness. So there's a bit of contrast in colours and in flavours now. So kind of that kind of goes onto here.
How would you describe the flavour of squid ink?
It's
Not many people have tried
Yeah,
it.
I wouldn't say it's not an overbearing like strong flavour. It's almost like for colour, isn't it? And it kind of gives it like a little bit of it's more the colour than anything else, isn't it? So we'll put the Pedrex M&S, which is like kind of raisiny, which kind of ties in with the pine nuts. And so kind of all we're doing is trying to build up a few little flavours here.
Do you get much time to experiment at work then with
I
new
mean,
dishes?
Yeah, like literally we experiment quite a lot really, and some things work and some things don't work, and you know that's
Yeah.
part of it, isn't it? So this is like a little cracker that we make with the tentacles of the squid, because obviously we don't want to waste anything too much. So
Hang on, tell me what you've done.
So this is basically the tentacles. So what we do is we kind of make a stock from the tentacles, and then we cook it out, and then we put it with tapioca, and basically you dehydrate that, and then you turn it into a crisp. So it's kind of like puffs up. So it's it's kind of, we just don't want to waste anything. So we kind of like we make sure that we use the whole animal.
Yeah, wow.
So yeah. So then what we do now is you put a little bit of smoked trout roe onto it as well.
So where do you get smoked trout roe?
Well, you get trout roe. You get salmon keta. You can get that in the shops and all that kind of stuff. And then basically we smoke it ourselves.
Okay.
So we kind of do that. We kind of get some oak, and then we kind of.
Have you always used trout? Are you moving away from salmon or?
Well, there's.
What do you think?
No, I mean we don't. I don't use salmon because obviously not naturally it comes from the from Scotland and all that kind of stuff. It's a massively farmed fish. We use trout because there's a beautiful. It's not. He's not certified organic, but there's a beautiful farm in Boscastle, we use his trout.
Got
And
a
it's a
very good
beautiful-
reputation, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's a great guy, and kind of his sustainability and his ethos is something that I love, and it's a fantastic produce as well. So we kind of use him because it's a great local product. And then all we do now is there's a few little seashore herbs now. I have to use tweezers because I should be wearing glasses. So we've got some sea purslane here. We've got some samphire. We've got some fennel. We've got some Elysium flowers as well. And then basically all we do is you just kind of build this dish up.
What type of flowers?
This is Elysium flowers. So kind of like this. It's a nice little kind of...
So when you've got these pretty little additions,
yeah.
do you deal with foragers yourself or suppliers, or do you get
Yeah,
them
so we've got...
or grow them?
Yeah, no, like you said, so literally, we've got, at Giddy Park, we've kind of got a garden, and we've got a full-time gardener that kind of like works with me. So she's got a greenhouse, she works in the greenhouse, and we just kind of like work together, and kind of she brings things in, and yeah, just kind of like literally beautiful things from the garden.
It's a beautiful establishment. Has anyone out there been to Giddy Park? It's, well, I know you two have. Madam, did you say you've been there? Yeah, isn't it just stunning? Yeah, it's a beautiful place.
Yeah,
And you get a really free reign with what you're buying and menu, and you're completely, in control of all of that.
Yeah, I'm pretty lucky. Like, I think going there, we kept true to what we believe the West Country should be, and this fantastic produce and suppliers. So we haven't, I haven't changed much really in what we kind of source and where we get things from. But it's just kind of like it's almost elevated by our own garden kind of thing. So it's kind of like we use our own garden. Yeah, so it's kind of like a lot of the produce comes from our own garden, and obviously we're a bit of a hunger gap at the moment. So the garden will come into fruition in about 6 weeks' time.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, really that's it. So that's the kind of dish that we're doing at the moment at the restaurant. And then the boys are doing the thunder and lightning, and then I'm going to go back to doing another, because I don't want it to be all about what we do at the restaurant. I want it to be about fun and what we eat, and something that maybe somebody might take away and kind of do something with as well. So we're going to do another squid dish now.
Okay. And this is what you're going to do at home.
So this is what we kind of we love to eat, really.
I'll just talk to the junior chefs for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Hello. How are you?
Good.
Did you enjoy doing that?
Yeah.
Am I allowed any?
Yeah.
Oh, that's very, very kind. So just talk to me about what you've done, and what did you use, what did you use more of?
I used more of the toppings.
And did you enjoy doing that?
Yes.
Ah, lovely. And Daddy's now cooking some squid that you have at home. Is this one of your favourite dishes?
Well, I haven't really tried a squid.
Oh, that's interesting. Are you going to give it a go?
Yeah.
Well done, Joshua. Lucas, let's have a look at your creation. Oh, that is beautiful. Can you all see this? Oh, you can't. Where do we have to put them? To put them on camera? Whereabouts? Over here. Let's have a look. Should we move them over there?
Yeah, okay.
So have you done this before, Lucas?
Yeah.
You've done it. Oh, putting it back. Is that okay? Zoom in, please. So you've done this before?
Yeah.
One of your favourite puddings?
Yeah, yeah.
And it's looking good. Quite different, both of you. Well done. Thank you, boys. And they've been very good, Mum, aren't they? Right, talk us through this, Chris, please.
So what I did with the squid, I just crisscrossed it, because obviously that helps to tenderise it a little bit as well. So we're just going to put it into a dry pan, and then we're just going to cook it. It'll just naturally kind of like, and again, we're not going to cook this for a massively long time. It'll go into the pan for a few seconds, about 30 seconds to a minute, and then we'll just flip it over.
And so that's a dry pan?
Dry pan, yeah, like literally, I've actually, what I did was when I prepared this, there's a little bit of oil actually on the squid. So, so I did the oil onto the squid.
Tiny bit of oil.
Like a little bit of oil, yeah, because otherwise sometimes what can happen is it kind of like literally you put too much oil in, and it kind of it just starts to smoke and smeech, and you end up with burnt oil, and that's not really what we want. So squid will go in, get a nice little caramelisation on it. We'll give it a little flip, but really we're not cooking this for a long time because obviously what happens is it carries on cooking actually anyway.
Yeah.
So what happens? So what we're going to try to do is just give this a little sear, and literally it's going to be about 30 seconds on each side, about a minute really more cooking. Okay, and then we'll take it off and we'll put it into a bowl. It's super hot, so it's going to carry on cooking. So we'll take this off. Okay, and then this is my wife's favourite bit. These are the tentacles, the heads.
I love it.
And yeah, so we'll just put these in as well. And then what I've done is kind of made a dressing really.
Oh, that smells so nice.
So we've done a dressing, and in this little pot here is chopped chilli, a little bit of kaffir lime, some red onions that we blanch as well, and the chilies. There's a little bit of chili in there, but actually what we do is we blanch the chili as well. So by blanching the chili, you can take away the heat.
Yeah.
So it looks as if there's a lot of chili in here, but actually it's not very spicy at all. So I grate some onomatopoeia, I do some ginger, some garlic, some diced red onions, some chili, some olive oil, a little bit of chopped kaffir lime leaf is in there as well, some salt and pepper. Nothing too crazy, it's really simple.
And where's the liquid coming from?
So that's just oil. That's just
oil.
Yeah, just a little bit of olive oil in there as well. So it's a lovely little dressing. So we'll just quickly cook the squid. And again, not too long at all. Like literally, we've got about a minute in there. Okay, and we'll take that out. And obviously, as it starts to cool down, it's going to rest and kind of carry on cooking. So don't be scared. Like literally, I always find that people kind of get a bit scared about cooking fish and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, actually, they do.
And it should be something that's either really quick and simple, and you're going to make mistakes, but it's okay.
It's giving it a go, isn't it? And,
yeah,
and practicing.
Exactly.
And actually realising if you've got that quality fish product, I mean, in Japan they eat it all raw, so if it's slightly underdone, it's fine, isn't it? It will finish off.
Yeah. I would say, and if you've got a little, people now got probes and kind of all that kind of stuff, and as long as you're hitting 60 degrees, I think is a good little safe mark bench place. Okay, as long as you're hitting 60 degrees, your fish is cooked. So all we do now is like literally, so there's loads of dressing into there. Okay, and in there's salt, pepper, kaffir lime, chili, red onion, ginger. So there's loads of little spice, lovely little flavours in there. And then all we'll do is we'll get a bowl. And this is, I love this. And kind of all we'll do is we'll put it into a bowl. So I wanted to do like two things really. So it's not all about kind of what we do at the restaurant and fine dining and all that kind of stuff. It's about actually what we love to eat as well. And I think that's really important as trying to express that this is what we eat at home and this is what we love to eat.
And everyone in the audience can give it a go.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very simple way of what we do. And then in here is just a bit of roquette and some coriander. And then what we'll do is we'll just kind of put that on the side. And then my wife loves cashew nuts. So we'll just finish the dish as well with a little bit of chopped, crushed cashew nuts. And a bit of the dressing as well, just around the outside of it. And that's a kind of couple of dishes that we've done with squid in not much time at all, and it's just, as far as this is the kind of food that we cook at the restaurant and the kind of food that we cook at home, and I just want to represent both of those. And obviously the boys, we've done Thunder and Lightning many times for many years now, and it's
so
kind
where
of
does
they've
that
grown up there.
name come from? Just one question. Where does that name come from?
It's called. It's like we were talking about it around the pub garden one day, and my mum obviously talks about like what she used to have as a kid and that kind of stuff. So she used to have it as a bread bat, and then she used to have like a golden syrup and clotted cream in like a split, and that's what she used to have when she was a kid. And so that's what thunder and lightning is what my mum used to have. And then all we do is, you know, chefs just take that idea, nick it,
Yeah.
and then elevate it into something that we kind of want to serve as well. So it's kind of it's a bit of Cornish heritage there as well.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. It's been a joy watching you all the Eden boys. I think there's a round of applause for all of you. Thank you, Joshua. Thank you, Lucas. And thank you, Chris.
No worries at all.
And if ever you get the opportunity to go to Gidley Park, wow, get up there, give it a go. Thank you very much for coming. And
It's all right,
thank you for your
Thank
time.
you. It's all right.
Thank you. And stick around, ladies and gents. There's more chefs coming along. We've got at 1:15, we've got Josh Eggleton. He's come all the way down from Bristol as well. And 2 p.m. is Jack Stein. So lots to look forward to. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. Our demo, Josh Eggleton, come all the way down from Bristol. Yeah. Pony Chew Valley. So, Chew Valley.
Yes.
So Welsh then.
Yeah.
Hiya. Tell us what
How
you're
are
up
you?
to today and what you do in your week-to-week job.
Too much.
Day-to-day
lots
job.
of stuff. So, I'm from the Pony Chew Valley, which is outside of Bristol. We've been open for about 1 year as the Pony Chew Valley, but in real terms, I've been there about 18 years. So
Okay.
We used to be the Pony and Trap, and we've kind of reinvented ourselves. So we're still a restaurant, but now a cookery school.
You're a cookery school as well.
Yeah, cookery school. We've got a little micro farm. We're calling it a micro farm or market garden out the back that we're working on slowly, growing as much produce as we can. We do corporate, we do events, we do a bit of everything now.
Lovely.
So a bit of a more broad perspective. So today I've got three...
Sorry, are you coming through on the mic? Is he coming through on the mic? Sorry.
You're going to adjust me, yeah?
Just going to adjust that mic.
No worries. That's all right. Okay. Yeah. Is that better?
That's
Good?
better.
Lovely.
Thank you.
So today we are going to cook 3 dishes just from the menu. Whenever I've got to do anything like this, I don't think about it too much. The day before, which was yesterday, obviously, go into the restaurant, take 3 dishes, and bring them down here. And these are 3 dishes that are on the menu.
Brilliant.
Okay, so that's why there's quite a few components in these dishes. That's why I've got loads of little trinkets. So what we're going to do? We're going to do a cured red mullet dish. We'll start that in a second. Then we're going to move on to a spelt risotto with wild garlic and some poached asparagus. And then to finish off, I've got to try and remember, we're going to do a leek vinaigrette with mussels. Okay?
What was the first thing? A vinaigrette? A what?
Leek. So, but I'll come on to that, otherwise I won't have anything to talk about. But, so, red mullet. This is our first dish. I might change a little bit between each dish. So the red mullet needs to be lightly pickled. This has been salted and put in a salt chamber just to dry out, so the skin becomes nice and dry, and the flesh is cured. Okay.
So that takes the moisture out of the food.
Yeah, it takes the moisture out, it dries it out, and it kind of intensifies the flavour. So what I've got is just some pickle solution, and this is how we do it in the restaurant. If an order comes on, this is the process we start now. So we take the red mullet that has been dried for a couple of days and salted, and we just allow it to pickle in the bottom of the dish, just a real small amount like that. And the reason for that is that you just want the pickle solution to be on the flesh. You don't want it to be on the skin.
Okay.
Because we're going to cook the skin with a blowtorch. Okay. So I'm just going to allow that to sit there in this pickle solution, which is literally 60% vinegar, 40% sugar. Okay. With some spices. And that we just allow that to sit for about 5-10 minutes, however long it takes me to get back to that, basically. So I'm going to leave that there, and then I'm going to start the risotto. So it's not really a risotto, to be honest. So,
the risotto that isn't risotto.
Yeah, well, a risotto is obviously Italian, and you use a borio risotto rice. We're going to use spelt, so it's like I would say it's like a British version of risotto. So what I have here is some British spelt. And what we do with this is we roast it to make it. We wash it and we roast it to make it really nutty. Ooh. Okay, and then we cook it. We need to cook it first before we cream it into like a risotto style.
Yeah.
Okay. So the reason for that, most risottos, like a borio rice risotto, you can cook from scratch.
Yeah.
So which takes about 16-17 minutes to cook from start to finish. But this takes longer. So that's why we blanch the spelt first.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'm just going to start that.
So where would you get your spout from?
So there's a story to that, actually. So a bit of butter to get it going. This is pretty much the final batch of Sharpen Park spelt, which is in Somerset. They've just kind of shut down production. I'm basically retiring, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Which is a bit of a shame. But so it was really, really local. So yeah. So we're here to say goodbye to that, basically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so what I have here is a dice of vegetables. So onion, carrot and celery, and that is the base. That's just going to form the vegetable base of this risotto, and I almost kind of want as much veg in there as...
Is there any oil in there with that veg?
No, just butter.
Quite a bit of moisture from the veg.
The veg has already been cooked.
Yeah.
Slowly sweated down, yeah. And I've just got a bit of butter to get it going. So these, again, we're kind of at the stage of how we finish stuff in the restaurant. So this is our prep, or mise en place, as they say. Right, I'll just look at it. Just turn that up a touch. I'm quite used to working on induction these days.
I know, we had induction last year. Now we've thrown you all by going back to gas.
Yeah, I know. It's old school. So we're just sweating that down. You're just warming it up, okay? And then we're going to put the spelt in as well, and that's we're literally just going to be bringing these things together. So what we do here, I've got a little bit of vegetable stock to bring it together, and what we're going to, and the main flavour in this is going to be wild garlic and asparagus.
Oh, okay.
Because obviously it's wild garlic season.
Can you just, sorry, Josh, to interrupt you, can you just run us through how you would get a vegetable stock?
Yeah, sure. So this is what we call, this is what we call vegetable nage, okay? So it's really floral, really potent. So essentially what it is your basic vegetables, so carrot, onion, celery, leeks. We sweat that down with loads of aromatics, so thyme, rosemary, fennel seeds, coriander seeds, white peppercorns, and then add water, simmer it for 10 minutes, that's it, very, very light. And as it's cooling, we add vinegar, lemons, and then a massive bouquet of herbs like this here from our garden, and plunge it into the stock, wrap it, and then leave it to infuse for 24 hours in the fridge. And that's just a really light vegetable stock that we use in most of our cooking in the kitchen.
I wasn't expecting such a lovely smell there.
Yeah, it's really fragrant, it's really nice. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to cook everything I've got here, just so, are people allowed to taste?
No, people aren't allowed to taste.
Well, we'll see. But, so I've got loads of asparagus, and all I'm going to do is let's get that to stay on there. It's not happening, is it? So let's get a bigger pan.
Get a big one. Treat yourself.
Yeah. Let's have a look. Here we go. So I want to cook the asparagus to order. So it's just kind of been trimmed at the bottom a little bit. If I'm really honest, my chefs did this, but I don't see the point in it. You know?
Yeah, I'm a bit like that.
It's like asparagus is very young. It grows very quickly. It's cut. It's harvested in 2 days. You've got more, so it's very young. If it's woody, then trim it. If it's not, then don't bother. Yeah. I know chefs like to make it look nice and pretty, but you know,
you're not one of those.
You've got other things to do. You gonna help me out? That's good. So that's going to go just into boiling water, and there's nothing in this pan except water. No salt, nothing, no seasoning. I feel like it's a waste of salt. We're not going to get any flavour into that green vegetable by adding salt now.
I remember my mum over the cabbage doing this with a tube of Saxa salt, loads of it going in when I was little.
Yeah,
salt in the veg, but you don't really need to.
No, you don't need it. It's pretty bad for you as well, actually. So what we try to do with our cooking now, especially in the restaurant, is I try to just use really high quality salt. Because we're in Cornwall, we use not because we're in Cornwall now. We always use Cornish sea salt. I think it's the best salt in the country.
There's a stand in
it's really, really good for you.
Craft area, yeah.
But we still use lots of butter, so we balance it. But butter is good for you. So all I'm doing there is blanching the asparagus, and then I'm going to get my flavour into the asparagus here with the butter. So butter, lemon, and the salt goes in there. Do we have any salt actually?
Yeah, we should have salt. Yeah,
so this is Cornish?
That would be Cornish sea salt.
Nice.
There's a food tent on the other side of the harbour there.
So
selling it.
1 minute 30 seconds, and then the butter is just going to brown so it becomes nice and nutty. The salt's in the pan. Well, while the butter starts to brown, you'll get to the point where the pan will be hot enough to kind of burn it, and you want to stop that cooking. You want to arrest the cooking. So just to stop that, which is about now, you can see it. You're just going to put the lemon juice in, okay? And that's just going to make a nice sort of beurre noisette brown butter sauce. And that goes down there. I'm just looking for a pair of tongs. Do you have a pair
And
of tongs?
it's just practice, isn't it? Because you do that with such great confidence.
Yeah, absolutely, it is practice all the time. So the asparagus comes out, and it's just going to be rolled in that butter like that, okay? And it's just going to get glazed in that, and all the seasoning, all the salt, all the lemon is on the outside of the asparagus, and it's nice and fresh and clean, just like that. And on the tasting menu at the restaurant at the moment, we would just serve that with a soft-boiled egg and some celery salt.
Ooh.
But we make the celery salt. We grow the celery leaf in the garden,
Yeah.
and then we grind it down into Cornish sea salt and make it. It's really, really fresh, bright green, clean.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
lovely.
So I'm just going to leave that there, and then we're going to finish. We're going to finish the risotto. What have we got? So, okay, so into the vegetable stock's now been absorbed into the pan, and then I'm just going to add a puree of wild garlic.
And how have you made that?
So, yeah, this is why we can't make everything here, because there are quite, processes can
Of
be a little bit
course.
lengthy.
Yeah.
So in here we have we have roasted garlic, roasted shallots. So we roast them in the skin, then we squeeze them all out. That goes into the blender. Then we take the wild garlic, we blanch it for 1 minute in hot water, no salt, and that gets blended down into a puree. So
Okay.
what the roasted garlic does, because it's been roasted, it becomes nice and sweet and mellow in your mouth, and it also adds like viscosity to the puree. Okay, so that goes in. Just slowly stirring that in like that to give it a nice colour. Could be better colour actually.
So you must have chefs in your kitchen prepping all the time with this so much detail.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we could always do with a few more chefs, to be honest. But
Oh, I opened up my wallet.
yeah, is that a moth?
Yeah.
Yeah. So every morning in at 9 a.m. No earlier. It used to be a lot earlier, but we kind of we need to try and regulate the hours
Yeah.
and create balance. So
Yeah.
in at 9 a.m. If you're on the double, we're working until lunch service, working until 4, staff meal break for an hour, and then dinner service working until about 10:30.
Yeah.
And everybody needs to be gone by 11 really, the latest. But within that time we have to try and achieve all
Yeah.
these things, But we get there slowly. Right, so you can see that I've just stirred that in, and it's just allowed the risotto to thicken up.
That's looking beautiful.
Okay, so I've got a bit of cheese to finish it. Do you have a grater at all?
I'm just looking for one. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, lovely.
Do you
Thank
need any plates?
Yes, I've got a plate down there. I'm all good for that. So what I'm going to do, so just like a traditional Italian risotto, we're going to finish this with. Now this is, I'm not going to lie, this is Parmesan. Traditionally, at work, because we're up in Bristol and Somerset, we use Somerset Pecorino. The reason we're using Parmesan is because we ran out of Pecorino. Simple as that. So I brought a bit of Parmesan. Parmesan's really good for it. The Somerset Pecorino is absolutely delicious, and it's made with sheep's milk. Parmesan. The difference between Pecorino and Parmesan, pretty sure, I'm looking at Jude now, is that Pecorino is made with sheep's milk. Am I correct? Yeah, right, fine. Just checking. And the other bit to finish with is a bit of butter, garlic butter. So again, all of the herbs from the garden. So at the Pony, we have like a market garden, we have a formal garden. So it's really important to me that people know where all that produce comes from. So at the moment, we have what we've got coming out of our garden is like thyme, several types of thyme, several types of sage, rosemary, all the traditional stuff. But then on top of that, we have like British mace, we have lovage, we have cherry trees, we have
Wow.
quinces, we have medlars, and all of these things will be informing our cooking over the years. Lovage, tarragon, 5 types of mint. So literally all of those herbs, anything that's ready to go, we'll blend it into a garlic butter to give us flavour, or put it into our vegetable stock. So we're just building up layers and layers of flavour. Okay, so that goes in.
How long have you been at the premises?
18 years.
18 years you've been there?
Yeah. So I was I started there when I was 22.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so quite a long time. So it's been a long journey, and then when it finished, when the pandemic happened, we closed. So within those 18 years, we were closed for 3 years. So I decided that when we were closed, we probably wouldn't open the restaurant the way it was. ever again, because I wanted to change it. I wanted to create the cookery school. Wanted to, so the whole place is essentially underpinned with education.
Yes.
And to teach people where the food comes from, teach people how to cook. We do. We also kind of classify ourselves as a community centre. So we take lots of school visits, any sort of community-based project that we can help through our facilities, we will. So we have 5 or 6 schools visiting throughout the year. The cookery classes, we run cookery classes for kids, and whenever it can be free, we'll make it free for people as well. And people can come and walk around the gardens and stuff for free. And if you turn up and you say, because sometimes you look at these places and you think, oh, I can't go there unless I buy like a fancy meal, but I want to break down this barrier, so I don't want that to be a thing. So we say, just come walk around the garden, give you a cup of tea and a biscuit, and just do your thing.
Yeah.
So we do that as well. Right, bit of spring onion from the garden again. Just gonna slice this down. Right, we're almost done for one dish. I promise the other two will be a bit quicker.
No, this is fine. It's lovely.
So that's just going to go in like that. Then we've got some of our asparagus. So I'm just going to take a couple of spears. Do you want to try some? Tell me if it's seasoned enough.
Go on then.
There you go.
Thank you.
What do you think? Let me know what you think. So I'm just going to slice the bottom of the asparagus up.
Oh, that lemon comes through.
Nice. And then just leave some of the spears to go on top to create our garnish. To me, any risotto style dish I always serve as a small dish, as a starter, okay? Because I think that if you get, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, it's just my opinion, if you go to a restaurant and risotto is a main course, I think it's just too much of the same texture. It's quite, you know.
That's a fair point.
All right, so this one is a starter size dish, and then we try to create loads of different texture, hence reasons the spring onions, the asparagus, and all of these things. Right, Charlie, get some potatoes on. This is for the Sunday lunch after us, I think. Anyone come to that? Yeah, looks good. He's going. Do you fancy barbecuing me some leeks?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the leek.
2,000?
No, just these guys here. So this is for the leek vinaigrette dish. He's going to check. I just want to give those leeks some colour, but I'll come back to it. Right. So risotto. Okay.
Oh, that's a nice way.
So we just put that out across the plate like that, just so it's almost 1 or 2 grains of spelt, so it's easier to eat. And then we're just going with our garnishes over the top, okay? So a bit of the asparagus that we cooked in the butter. There's more asparagus there, don't worry. Sneak it to you. So, excuse me, sorry. And a few more garnishes on top. So I've got some local used curd. This is made in the next village from us. So again, another texture. So that goes over the top. Like that. I'm going to run out of spoons. That'll be all right.
I love the alternative: sheep's milk, goat's cheese, sheep's cheese.
Yeah, this is all should be all used cheese.
Yeah.
Lovely. And then some hazelnuts. So I got some toasted hazelnuts, just in some hazelnut oil. That goes over the top again, just to create some texture. And then some allium oil from the garden. Again, these are the leek tops that we have. That goes over there as well. Like that. And to finish, they're down here. Again, because I go on about it all the time, all of the garden herbs. So we have some lovage. So we pull that lovage off like that. Do you want to try? It's really like intense celery. It's really good in a Bloody Mary. Okay, that goes over.
Oh, that's amazing.
It's quite intense. I mean, if you don't, I mean, I got to be honest. First time I ate lovage, I was like, "That's disgusting." But you kind of like keep trying it, and then we learn how to use it. So fennel. This is a standard. It's gone a little bit wilted because I drove down the cool box. Do you want to try? So this is standard fennel. We also have bronze fennel coming from the garden. So you're just building up textures and layers
flavours,
here.
aren't they?
Really,
Just
like homegrown. Not sat in a warehouse basically. And that's it. That's the first dish. Can you all see it? Yeah? It's really simple. I'll put it over there. And then, right, so next dish. Should we do the red mullet? Oh, I forgot. I was going to put a few of these flowers on. Now, all this is, these yellow flowers are Calvanero flowers, and we grow Calvanero in the garden. We've been picking it all winter, and as you pick it, it continues to go up. So it's up right here now, and it starts to flower. So it goes to seed, it flowers, and we use them. And they're really tasty. Got a little bit of texture, only subtle, but you know we don't like to waste them really. So that goes on the.
So are most flowers edible if they're coming from veggies?
Yeah. Thank you, Charlie. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. If they're coming from vegetables that we grow. Yeah. It's just that when we harvest in such a way that the plant continues to grow until we get the best out of it, rather than just cutting it. You know. Okay. So next dish. So should we come back to the mullet?
Yeah, where'd you get your fish from then? Up in Bristol?
Down here.
You get it all from Cornwall?
Yeah, it comes from Newlyn and Brixham.
Yeah.
Up every day.
Yeah, lovely.
Or Portland as well, depending on what we're using, but pretty much South Coast, yeah. Okay, so bit of plastic, don't look at that. Red mullet, you can see it's virtually soaked up all of that pickle. Alright? So I'm going to blowtorch that.
But you've kept the skin dry so that you get a blowtorched effect, yeah?
Yeah, we have. In fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut it first. I'm going to use this board over here, just because I'm using that one for vegetables. So we're just going to slice it, because I want it sliced on the plate. So I'm just going to go through like that, nice and gently. The skin is a little bit firm, because it's dried out from the dry ager. Okay? This dish has been on the menu since January. It'll probably disappear next week, so there's kind of the last of it. It's been with like the blood orange season. Obviously, it's not blood orange season in the UK.
Are people getting braver with what they eat? Do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's all down to knowledge, isn't it? Don't get me wrong, people like traditional food as well, so as do I. So, yeah. Do you think what with red mullet?
Pardon?
Red mullet, do you think is a bit...
Well, it's not an everyday fish for a lot of people.
Well, it's quite... it's not the most... It's absolutely stunning, like a large red mullet like that.
Oh.
But it's not... it's not the most accessible fish, is it?
No,
it
isn't. Well, most of them are caught by day boats, so if we get a bit of bad weather, you're not going to have red mullet on the slab as an option, are you?
Yeah, exactly. So, just a touch of oil. This is... looks like it's a bit olive oil, or it could be a rapeseed oil. I'm just going to rub that in to the skin, like that. And the oil is just there to help the blowtorch cook the skin, essentially. You could do it without, like draw the natural fat out, but I prefer to just put a bit of oil on there. I think it creates a better finish. Get nice and warm in here.
Stand back.
Okay, we see the flame. Right, so we're just going to do the skin, and you kind of just, it literally is replicating a barbecue, you know. Obviously you haven't got the coals, but it's very quick and effective, and we just want to get that skin to go nice and smoky, almost black. I like the blackness.
Quite satisfying that is, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean traditionally in restaurants it happens a lot with mackerel, and we do it with mackerel as well.
Yeah.
Jude did it with mackerel the other day, didn't it? Okay. And then, so we've got 3 types of cooking taking place here, or, you know, well, four types potentially. So we're adding the salt, so that's curing, then we're drying it, then we're pickling it, and now we're blowtorching it. So there's four methods within the cooking of that fish. Again, trying to create flavour. Sorry, just going to go for a plate. Right. Ooh. Pretty sure this is my plate from last year. I might have left it here.
Grab it, take it home.
So garnish for this is a little coleslaw of turnip. So that I've got some just very thinly sliced turnip here, and what I'm going to do is just slice that down.
Sorry, have you dried that out?
Yeah, it's a little bit dry. Yeah, we cut it, we slice it and dry it, and then it's just shredded down like this to order.
And is that 2 types of turnip there?
No, one was just in the centre.
Okay.
So it's just it's just the centre of the turnip. So all we're doing is turning that into a little fresh coleslaw with some dressing. Okay, so that goes there. Right, let's just clean this off. Okay. And all we're going to do is add a bit of dressing. And then to make it, this is just classic vinaigrette, you know, so an emulsion of mustard and vinegar, oil, like it's dressed. A little bit of salt, squeeze a lemon. So really nice and clean and fresh. Right, and then what's going to add the creaminess, sort of creaminess to this is what I have in here. Again, another process is Tomasalata.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So it's
And
good
you
on
made
bread.
that yourself?
Yeah. So we call it, you can call it like smoked cod roe puree, or you can call it, essentially all we're doing is we're making a mayonnaise
Yeah.
with, so the way mayonnaise is made is you emulsify oil with egg yolks to create an emulsion, okay? And the reason that happens is because of the protein in the egg yolks allows it to create this stability. So all I'm doing there with all Tomasalata is the protein in the cod roe, which has been smoked, a lovely smoky flavour. You're doing the same thing. So we blend down the cod roes, we add a bit of mustard, we add a bit of gluten-free bread, just to make sure it's gluten-free, which we soak in vinegar.
Sorry, do you smoke the cod roe?
Yeah, we smoke it as well, smoke it over oak, or you can buy them as well. And then we emulsify that with vegetable oil to make a mayonnaise. So that's adding our sort of creamy element to the dish.
How easy is it to get cod roe for you?
It's all right for me because we're a restaurant, we've got
Yeah.
suppliers, but to get it into, I don't know, it's probably quite difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
To
We
get
would
it.
buy it as Tomasalata.
Tomasalata, it means the same thing really. So, all we're doing is our coleslaw. So we've got the cod roe, our creamy version, and we've just got this. It's a little bit rustic, isn't it? And we've just got the coleslaw there, and then we're going to go over the top with the mullet. But before we do that, we've got a dressing of blood orange. Okay, so we're kind of really reaching the end of the blood orange season there. So this, as I said, this dish has been on for a while. It'll probably disappear next week. So I'm just going to segment this orange. So you go around the outside like that.
How many covers have you got in your restaurant, Josh?
So currently, in the new sort of iteration, it fluctuates, but about 70 within the dining room, which is like nice, sort of like this really. Well, it's not. It is actually a lot like this. So we've got like.
Wow, that's
We've
a
got all
lot.
glass windows overlooking the garden. We've got a tented roof because we couldn't afford a roof basically. And you know, all I want is a new roof. But so that's the thing. That's the last thing we need to do to the restaurant. And there's about 70 covers in there. So, but we turn that over on a Sunday lunch. We turn over, do 150 covers potentially. But in the week, that drops right down. So it's quite a multifunctional space. It can also be used as corporate. It can be used for weddings. We do a lot of weddings there.
Lovely.
So I'm just cutting these orange segments out from. Tell you what, I'm regretting wearing this jumper. It's hot in here. So this is just to add a bit of freshness to that dish. Okay.
So orange goes really well with red mullet.
Well, I think it does. Would you think it does? Yeah.
The first time I had it was at a restaurant called Pritchard's. Do you remember Pritchard's here? Which is now
That's Kota now. Oh right, yeah.
Of course I knew that.
Yeah, so Jude definitely knows it. Yeah.
And it was stunning.
So we're just layering the red mullet in between little bits of the red mullet like that. Okay. Over there. One more bit. Just really fresh and clean. Okay, and then we have a dressing of blood oranges. Okay, so we take that blood orange, rapeseed oil. You can kind of see it. It's just kind of a split dressing. We just mix it together like that. We add a bit of allium oil. We've already used that once, but it's from the garden. Best just to split it like that, and then that just goes in the well that we created there. And what the hell is just put a little bit around the outside with the oil. And then, really important to finish for texture is the flaked Cornish sea salt. So just on the skin to create a nice bit of crunch. Okay?
Wow.
So that's the second dish. Really, really simple. All right?
Well done. That is
Put another one there.
fabulous.
Right, we're lining them up. Okay, so got a bit of asparagus there. Right, just get. Okay, so final dish. I'm just gonna. Let's pinch that bowl there. I like simple plates.
Is that
Like
your
just-
plate as well?
No, but it's just
Yeah,
to
it's
the point.
beautiful.
I'm almost done. Am I over time? No. Well, you're hungry? We've got loads of food. So, what do we got? So this is a French. This is 2 French dishes. It's very. I'll be quick. This is 2 French dishes.
No, you've got plenty. You've got
Oh,
about
have I?
10 minutes. Yeah.
Oh, right, fine, yeah. So this is 2 French dishes combined, essentially. It's the classic Montmagnier and then or steamed mussels and leek vinaigrette. Now, leek vinaigrette, when I was a younger chef, I kind of was like, I thought it was a load of rubbish, if I'm honest. You know, you don't respect the simple stuff. So, like, how can, like, just boiled leeks in vinaigrette taste good? But honestly, it's delicious. So, again, the classic French dish is you will take this vinaigrette, you will cook the leeks until they're super, super soft, like 10 minutes in boiling water, no salt, cover them in the vinaigrette, and you're done. And we do that quite a lot. Maybe sometimes we had soft-boiled eggs. This one, we're going to combine the mussels. So the vinaigrette is going to be informed with mussel juice. Okay, so we're taking the flavours of a bowl of Montmagnier and putting it over leek vinaigrette. Okay, so we have our leeks, which I've had Charlie to cook on the barbecue. They are already cooked within our prep, so they're quite large leeks, cooked until soft all the way through. Okay, so don't worry about overcooking them. The more you cook on, the better, because leeks are stringy and they need to be cooked. Okay, so these leeks have then been chilled, rolled in oil, and cooked over the barbecue. They're cooking the roast on the barbecue at the back, so I just pinched that to get a nice bit of smoky flavour. And all we're going to do, I'm just going to cut them down. So we'll just put one on the plate. Have I got it in the right position? Can you see?
So will they caramelise? Do leeks caramelise the longer you cook them?
Not
most
really. No, they
veggies?
just sweat down. The more water comes out, and they sweat down. You can caramelise them with yogurt, for example. At the end, you can then start to cook yogurt, and the yogurt will caramelise, or cream leeks. So it's classic. Right. So that goes on. And it's just let's get one more on there. Okay. Right. So now just lay flat. So now what we have are our garnishes. So we have mussels. Do you want to try one?
I'm so sorry, I can't. I had an incident years ago, and
Oh,
I was
right.
scared to eat them.
Oh,
It's
you need to get back
mortifying
on.
for me.
You need to just do that. I was in a situation. I had the same thing for about 10 years.
Yeah,
And
I
just
don't
keep,
know what
just
to
keep
do.
going for it until you get used to it again. It can be quite painful. So, poached mussels. All we do is cook the mussels, steam them. We save the juice. We take half those mussels and we blend it into a puree. Got a nice mussel puree there, and then these mussels are just lightly pickled. Okay, so leeks just cooked on the barbecue, and then the vinaigrette is made from the mussel juice and whole puree mussels. So essentially, what it is almost like a mussel chowder.
How
Going
do you
over
get
there.
that so smooth?
With an extremely powerful blender, to be honest, called a VitaPrep, and then we put it through there, and then we if it's not perfectly smooth, we'll then pass it through a sieve.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
So-
we'll re-emulsify it with some more oil.
And how long would that last in the fridge, or do you make it up daily?
Maximum 3 days.
Okay.
Yeah, but really, you should be making it up daily, as you said. If you're busy, it's daily. So we've just got mussels going over the top like that. Okay. And you just want to be serving the leeks at room temperature, really. So that goes over. We've got a bit more dressing to go around there. And then what you do with so Montmagnier always has it's finished with parsley generally, yeah. So what I've done is I've made a little parsley ketchup. Okay, so this is very similar to the wild garlic puree. So it's roasted onions, roasted garlic, parsley, all blended down into a puree. Okay, we don't add any vinegar. We call it ketchup because it's nice and smooth. So we've just got dots of that going on. And sometimes we do it with tarragon as well, if we've got tarragon coming out of the garden. Okay.
That is looking sweet.
And then, because these are really popular around here, aren't they? Well, not popular, sorry.
Yeah.
Salty fingers. You can get them on the rocks or
Yeah, Hilton
on the
Espy
walls.
went foraging earlier this morning and brought some back.
I thought I'd put some on because of the location we're in. So we're just going to put some salty fingers on. Or it could be, I think a better name is like a sea jelly bean, really.
Yeah, I like sea jelly bean.
And again, with our herbs, so just a bit of fennel, because we have them. Why not use them? They're delicious. Okay, really, really simple. So that goes on like that. And I think just a bit of alum oil, my favourite. I think that might be it.
Well, it's looking good enough to me.
Okay, so leek vinaigrette with mussels, those two classic French dishes combined. These are all small dishes, small plates. Well, small plates. They're all starters actually on the menu. We didn't call them small plates. And that's it. Really simple.
Well done.
No worries.
Josh Eggleton, everybody. Pony Chew Valley. Thank you, Josh.
No worries. Do you want to try it?
They're not allowed, but I'm not looking.
Yeah. Come on then. I'm going to cut this bag as that.
He does it every year.
I've got insurance, so it's fine.
Thank you,
Come
Josh.
on.
We live so close to you, and if this is going to
So if ever you're in Bristol,
This is on a menu all the time.
track down Pony Chew Valley with
pick it up.
Josh
Pick it
Eggleton.
up,
Thank
pick
you,
it up,
ladies
pick
and
it up, pick it
gentlemen. Stay around, 2 o'clock. We have Jack Stein coming along.
Whole roasted bream or whole roasted
Thank
lemon
you.
swirl, something like that.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Porthleven Food Festival. I'm up here this afternoon, our last demo with Jack Stein. Hi, Jack. How are
Honey,
you?
how are we? I'm very well. Hello, everybody. Thanks for coming on this wonderful, glorious, sunny day.
Yeah, we've got a bit of sunshine.
I mean, it's been a rarity, to be fair. I don't know what to do with it. Whether just, there's always a point when someone with my skin complexion has to think about putting sun cream on. And today's the day. And it's quite warm up here, isn't it?
It's nice. It's getting
little
lovely
toasty.
and warm. It is nice. What are you up to?
So, what in general?
In general, on stage.
I've just been up in Wales doing a food festival in Caerphilly, which was the coldest food festival I've ever done.
Oh.
And now this feels like it's going to be the hottest food festival I've ever done. So it's,
wow.
It's sort of I'm doing basically Wim Hof and saunaing, but via the medium of food demos. But today I'm going to do 2 crab dishes for you. One is just come on the menu at the seafood. It's a warm salad with salmon fry and asparagus, because obviously the asparagus season started. And then the other one is a favourite of mine, which is Singapore chili crab, which I'm just going to basically nick the old man's recipe and add Marmite to it, which basically...
Are we allowed to tell him?
Yeah, you can't plagiarise your own family. Apparently, according to my publicist, you're allowed to plagiarise your own family. So I'm just going to show you how we cook asparagus. So I've just got this is an Anadoc asparagus. And what I'm going to do is actually going to cook it in oil, not water. A lot of people will, you can boil it or you can steam it. But actually, asparagus has, the flavour of asparagus is very water soluble. So you'll notice, obviously, if people eat asparagus a lot, will know why that is. Do you know?
No, go on.
Well, I mean, it's not, I mean, if you eat a lot of asparagus, it does something to your body.
Yes.
Yeah. So
I don't want to talk about that.
Exactly.
But you can if you want to.
So that's why I'm going to poach this in oil.
And you didn't vegetable oil. That's okay.
Virgin olive oil, yeah. And you
virgin.
The good thing is you can keep reusing it. It feels like a waste of oil to do it once, but you keep that on the side, and that's your asparagus oil, and you just keep using it.
Okay.
So I'm just going to really lightly poach that in there. And I've got some crab meat and some garlic. And I'm going to make a little basically a warm salad. So that just means, it means a salad that's warm, really. It's pretty obvious. But it's a really nice way. It's just a really nice way of releasing the flavour of the crab. So into here, I'm just going to make a little vinaigrette with some olive oil. I've got some vinegar. Could you grab me some vinegar?
Shall I ask?
Yeah, it'll be back there. I knew I'd forgotten something. A little bit of garlic.
Oh, yeah, we've got a nice posh vinegar.
Oh, do we?
A little artisan from Coverack.
Oh, lovely.
Cider vinegar.
Cider vinegar. I love cider vinegar. People do shots of cider vinegar in the morning,
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
People
do
some crazy things these days.
Yeah, I mean...
My dad used to.
Yeah?
Can't tell you what happened to him.
Okay. So I'm just going to soften that garlic and some olive oil and a bit of vinegar. And season with some salt here. And I've got some spring onions, which I'll just chop a little bit.
So crab you will get plentiful around Padstow?
Yeah, well, the reason that we use that, so in Padstow there's the Mert family. So Johnny Mert is, if you ever watch TV about fishing in Cornwall, he's seems to be the only lobster and crab fisherman in the whole county.
Yeah.
But the reason I think that the TV companies like him is because he's done a degree in fisheries management from some university on the east coast of America. And then his original plan was to do sort of chef tours out on his boat, but then he realised how much he could charge for crab and lobster, and just decided he'd just become a crab and lobster fisherman again.
Yeah.
But he
knows his stuff, doesn't he?
Oh, he's amazing. Like, you want to talk about sustainability, like the realities of sustainability, not just... It's really interesting when you talk about sustainability, people just think about things like the big ticket items like bluefin tuna or halibut, but actually sustainability is about sustaining the fishing fleet as well, and the people, you know. So it's not just saying, oh, don't buy fish, because that doesn't help the fishing communities out. So you've got to sustain people as well as the stocks. And he's amazing. When you talk to him about the realities of fisheries management, he's brilliant. But his granddad, Johnny Senior, him and my granddad bought a boat together. So my granddad had manic depression, and he felt the way to his form of therapy, because you didn't really have therapy. Well, you may have had therapy back then, but like it wasn't like it is now. And his therapy was to go out fishing with Johnny Senior.
Yeah.
And I was filming with Johnny Junior the other day, and he said, if anyone thinks going out fishing with my granddad is a form of therapy, they've got another thing coming, because it was. So I'm just poaching that asparagus in there for a couple more minutes. But yeah, like the fishery there again, crab and lobster we get in the back door at the restaurant, and I'm sure, and here as well, like. That is very unique to restaurants that are by a harbour, Yeah. So we'll get sea bass started coming in now. We'll get pollock, mackerel, and crab and lobster. That's what we would take on the back door. And I'll tell you a story. It's pretty funny. There was a kid called Gary. He wasn't called Gary. We just called him Gary. It's like that's what happens in kitchens a lot, because I think he was called Gareth, but Gary was just a short form of it. And so on a Friday night, the sea bass fishermen will come in if the tide's right. And they want some beer money, for the weekend. Yeah. And so you'll get sometimes 50 kilo, 60 kilo at a time.
It's good beer money.
And it's all rod line caught.
Yeah.
And I think I've caught one sea bass in my entire life. And this guy goes out, he's like a scratch golfer, and he catches like 50 kilo of bass on a rod. And I'm like, he's got a good lifestyle. Anyway, when they come into the back door, I always like to get the junior chefs to meet them, because it's like an experience you wouldn't get in any other kitchen, meeting a fisherman. And like some of them are more difficult than others, and some of them play up to it. Some of them like actually actively act. And anyway, so I was on my split. So the shift when you're on a double shift and you have a little break in the middle, and I said to Gary, I was like, Gary, when that fish comes in, like first rule of sea bass when it comes in, scales, guts out. We want to preserve it, the freshness and that. And so I've come back in, and we've got this little filleting room at the top, and I walked past it, and it looked like a scene from sort of Dexter or something. Do you know what I mean? Like it was just stuff everywhere, and fins and scales. And now 50 kilo of bass would take me probably 6 hours, I reckon, to do. It's going to take Gary more, so he's going to be up there till 1 in the morning. Anyway, I've gone back into the larder section, which is where we do our fish prep, and there's like we have these big fridge, like a big larder sink, right? And I'm working away, doing something or other, I can't remember what, and I hear this noise, and when you hear a noise, you're like, what is that? Like, I recognise the noise, but I don't know the noise, and I was sort of looking around. I went over to the fridge, and it's full of water, and there's 3 sea bass swimming around inside it. And I shouted up, I said, Gary! He said, what? I said, why have I got 3 sea bass swimming around in my larder sink? And he goes, they were alive. So what does happen? What happens is when he's shooting his lines on the way in, he'll trawl all the way back into the harbour.
Yeah.
So sometimes he'll catch on that last bit before the harbour wall, and those fish will naturally, when they come in, they'll be still kicking about.
Of course, yeah.
So Gary, bless him, thought he'd keep him alive.
Oh, what, in fresh water?
But so this is the point. This comes to my next point. So I said, Gary, like we're not an aquarium. Do you know what I mean? Like and then he was like, oh, and I said, did you put any salt in the water? And he was like, yes, chef, I did. I was like, how much? And he was like, handful. I was like, if you've managed to somehow accidentally get the exact correct percentage, scientific 7% or whatever it is, I'll be surprised. So yeah, that was So I've just poached that asparagus, so it's just like I say, full of flavour. I'm just going to drain that off, and actually, I'm going to use that for the samphire. So samphire, it's not in season yet. So this is actually would be hydroponically grown, but samphire beds, they're all around Padstow. I don't know if anyone knows Ross Geach, that farmer guy that we work with. He's like I call him a gardener, but he's very he grows a lot of produce for us. I shouldn't slag him off too much. He's a really nice guy. He used to be a chef for us. And
that's Ross. Yeah?
Ross, yeah. And
Padstow Kitchen Garden.
Padstow Kitchen Garden, yeah. So he used to be a head chef for us, and then he started to transition between because his dad had his dad's got all this freehold property. It's the only freehold land in Padstow for farming, and the rest of it is all owned by the Prideaux Bruins, the estate. And Ross started to grow some stuff like little bits in his walled garden and that, and then he was growing like cucumbers and stuff, even like radishes, things even I could grow. During lockdown I managed to grow a radish. It was pretty sweet. Just one. Then I got
Did
something.
you share it?
I got something called bindweed. Apparently, it's not very good. But anyone knows anything about gardening? I have no idea. But it destroyed everything. Anyway, so Ross started to grow like a few things, and then he was the head chef in our cafe, and I went into the cafe. So when the old man's away in Australia or doing some filming and that, we sort of like we don't do a lot of changes on the menu, but like if something comes on that he wouldn't. Like, I'll turn a blind eye to it, but then I'm always like, Rick's back on Monday, so you know. So Ross took this a little bit too literally, and I went in there, and honestly, out of every menu item in the cafe had a cucumber on it, like everything, for everything. And I was like, why are all these cucumbers on it on every course? He's like, I've got loads of cucumbers, and I was like, right.
And he's selling them to you, obviously, is he?
Selling them to me and then selling them on, yeah. But then we decided to go into an agreement with him where like he would. So I'm just going to chop this asparagus into like little bits. And then we went into an agreement with him that he would sort of go part-time and become a full-time gardener, which worked out really well because he's now, like, the produce he gets up there is amazing. And
he's extended the range.
Oh, yeah, it's not just cucumbers. He does all sorts. Does courgettes. So
radishes.
Anyway, radishes. So anyway, a bit of crab meat's going to go in here. I'm just going to warm that through in the vinaigrette. And then I've just poached the samphire, so that will go in there as well. And
so you're very gently warming the white crab meat?
Yeah, I don't want to boil it. I don't want to fry it. I mean, if I had some brown meat here, which I'll do on the next dish, you'll see, actually, I tend to hard fry the brown meat out of the head because it's, I don't know where I learned that, somewhere, probably Singapore, because it's Singapore chili crab, but it gives it like a nice crunch. So, so my crab and that's gone in. Now the asparagus goes back in, and I'm literally just going to season that. Taste it. Well, where's my salt gone? I always seem to lose salt. I had another story about Ross. Oh yeah, Ross. This is a classic story. So Ross, they're very what's the word? Like business orientated. The family, and Ross has always been like it. He was always had all these schemes when we were kids. One scheme which I thought was, well, borderline theft. He used to basically, him and this guy Swaby used to go over to Rock. So Padstow is on one side, Rock's the other. Anyone who hasn't been there, Rock's kind of where all the sailing schools are, and like, you know, posh people. Like Gordon Ramsay lives there, and that's lovely. But Ross and that used to go over, and they would take a punt, you know, burn over, and then they would charge people like £5 to take them out to their boats, and then like when you come back, just holler and we'll come get you. When they picked up enough money, they just went back to Padstow and just started drinking.
So people were left on their boats.
Yeah, and if that happened to anyone, I don't know Ross. So anyway, let me just make sure that tastes. So, there's more salt. Anyway, I won't just keep talking about Ross. Ross can talk about himself. His favourite joke, he's outstanding in his field. Yeah, exactly. I'm a dad, I'm allowed to tell dad jokes.
Yeah, you'll always laugh at that one.
So I'm just plating this up now. And this is quite strange. This recipe is from Rick's, what book is it in? Seafood Lover's Guide, which is about just before he did Food Heroes, so it's just like a tour around England. And it's quite unusual to have Parmesan cheese with crab. With you know, we don't normally say like say if you do like a crab linguine, we wouldn't normally put Parmesan on it, but this one does. And
such a delicate flavour, isn't it?
Yeah. Another thing that I don't like to do, well, is put black pepper on anything when I'm cooking it. I like to just put it on at the end.
Yeah,
just so it doesn't burn. I just find that, like, I know that there are French dishes like steak au poivre and skate au poivre that have a lot of it, but I just find it very.
Oh, okay.
Right, it gets quite bitter.
What about black pepper squid? Do you chuck
salt
it
and pepper
in the
squid?
oil?
Salt and pepper squid?
Yeah. What would you do?
Oh my God, I thought I was asleep then. That is whoa. I'm dreaming about being on stage. But salt and pepper squid, so we'll make up the salt and pepper mix. But we will temper the pepper. Like, rather than so just brown it rather than burn it. I think if you put it on a steak or something like that, it tends to just burn. But you know, I can see a Frenchman down there staring daggers at me. So sorry, Steph, but
where is he?
He's just there. The French French cuisine is the best in the world. I actually went.
Yes, it is.
Went and did a stage at this place called Michel Brass. It's always been like the restaurant that it's a 3-star. Always been the place that I've looked up to. I just love. There's a dish he does called gargouillo. It's like modern art. Like, it's unbelievable. Like, and it's all vegetables. And I was like, so I went down there, and my friend Joe, his mate, weirdly, my mate Joe's a tradie up in St Mirren. His mate had done 3 seasons there, and to do 3 years at Michel Brass, that's proper. You know, like, I was just there for like a month.
Yeah.
And
a lot of pressure in that kitchen.
Yeah, so the Regis is the head chef, and sorry, the dish is finished. That's just a warm salad of crab and asparagus. I've got verbal diarrhea today.
You can clap in a minute.
Yeah, don't. So basically, the head chef Regis, and then the son and the owner. It was a really interesting times, because a bit like for us at the moment. So we're taking over the business for mum and dad.
Okay.
So the other day when the old man came out in the press and said, "I haven't got long left."
Oh no!
But he just had open heart surgery, and it was like having an MOT, right? The doctor, the surgeon said, like, "You're really good, you're good to go." Yeah. He's like, "It's like I've had an oil change." Hello, moth.
I opened my wallet.
But then in the interview, he was talking about that, and then he says, "I haven't got long left," right? What he means is because we're taking over the business, and he's going to sort of take it back. He'll never take it back. He'll never retire, but like take it back. Yeah. But the journalists obviously thought that was a better story.
On the planet, yeah.
Yeah, so I've gone. My mate's gone. So I don't know if you know John Gregory, the Gregory Transports guys. "Oh, do you want to go and play golf?" "Yeah, I'll go and play golf." And I started playing with these 3 guys, and one of them was like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine." He's like, "Just sorry to hear about your dad." I'm like, "What's happened to him?" And he's like, "He hasn't got long left to live." I said, "It's the first I've heard of it."
Oh.
So,
well, it's lovely that you've put us right, and everyone else can spread.
Yes.
Good news.
Well, you know, yeah.
Is your dad okay?
He's all right.
Good.
Yeah, he's just coming back for May Day. Yeah, so it's May Day on Wednesday.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the day that like people who I grew up in Padstow, but I'm not Padstonian, so it's not my day. I'm from Travone. It's a 1.5 miles, but on May Day it's like the longest 1.5 miles in the world. My favourite is our head chef. The head chef at the seafood, who's like proper like Red Os, like local, like big family. He starts calling me lad from about now, and he's 5 years younger than me. Be like, "Right, lad," and I'm like, look, I've never pretended to be from Padstow. You guys have your day. It's a bit like here. It's a bit like Porthleven with the surfing. I'd never surf here. I don't live here. Leave it to the people who live here. I've got plenty of ways up my way. They're
quite
not as
territorial, is it?
Yeah, but it's just like I'd never. A lot of people will come down here from up country or wherever. I'm sorry. I'm doing
Can I do that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. So I'm doing Singapore chili crab here. So this dish I first had in like 1985, I think, when I was 5. And we went to Singapore, and Mum and Dad were very influenced by French cooking to start with, and then. We went to Australia, and on the way we stopped off in Singapore. And I remember just thinking to myself, we're find that hole, by the way. Yeah. So, it's fine, don't worry about it. No one's going to taste it. No, just quarter it. Just whip the head off and quarter it. It's fine. Yeah. Yeah, take the dead man's fingers. Yeah, they're not actually poisonous. They're just the first thing that goes off in a crab. And if the crab's been dead for a little bit, they'll go black, and they. But actually, I've tried eating them. They're just really rubbery. It's not worth it. So, Singapore chili crab. So yeah, we were in Singapore, and we went to this night market and had this like a hawker centre, and we had this chili crab. And I remember just. Like going to Asia when you're a kid, it's like, it's so hot and like everything's just, whoa. But the thing is that I knew that my mum and dad loved food, so wherever they went, we'd always be doing something to do with food. And that's when we first had it, and it's been with me ever since. But like I said, I've adopted it. I've adapted Rick's recipe by adding Marmite to it. And people often say, you get sponsored by Marmite. No, they sent me a jar with my name on it once, because I have literally plugged Marmite as a great way of adding flavour to stuff. But yeah, it's I'm not sponsored by probably Unilever or something. I don't know who owns Marmite now. They seem to own everything else. So into a wok, I'm just put some neutral oil. And
So sorry, I ripped it apart.
it's all right. That's no
I
dramas.
love doing that.
Yeah, you've done a great job. And now I'm going to hard fry the brown meat in there.
There's not a lot of brown in there.
There isn't, is there?
No, they might not be feeding at the moment.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, it differs.
I didn't know
all
that.
year round, yeah. Yeah. You can eat crab all year round, but sometimes they won't move. They'll just stay and
Hang out.
Hibernate, and then the
What's the score
shell
with-
comes off.
Yeah, like soft shell crabs, because they're only around a certain time of the year, aren't they?
Yeah.
We've got a guy called Taff, who's Welsh, and he comes in with them, and he's hilarious. He brings whelks and all sorts into the back door, but he's like, I don't know where he goes to get this stuff from, but we don't say no. So I've got some ginger here, so I'm just going to chop this fine. What else have I got? It's garlic, that's it. I've already got some chopped garlic,
So, sorry, can I just go back to this as a product? It's one of the most sustainable products we can eat from the ocean, isn't it?
Yep.
Because they don't go far to get them, and they just drop the pot down, and the little crabs will crawl out, won't they?
Yeah, well, some people really don't like crabs, so they think they're like spiders, so we won't discuss them moving too much. Because I had a lady, I know someone here doesn't like crabs, and also this lady at my demo in Caerphilly yesterday was like, I started talking about them moving, and she was just like ran away. So.
Oh, really?
But they are very sustainable.
Yeah.
So if you don't like them, eat them.
Yeah.
In fact, the guy I went travelling with when I was like 19, he was like that. We went to like Airlie Beach, and these crabs started chasing him, and he just legged it. He's gone. So ginger, garlic. You know what? I only figured this out the other day. Well, a few things. One, I only figured out that salt and vinegar crisps. So this is a strange story to be telling at a food demo, but when I was eating a pipe of Pringles, and I was like, and I said to my mate, it's really easy for Pringles to do salt and vinegar because they just put one salt in, then one vinegar then one salt, then one vinegar. And he looked at me like, "How are you talking about?" And he's like, "It's not salt and vinegar. It's like they're mixed." And then I remember just like had this like flashback to being on Padstow Harbour, like 5 years old. And I must have had a really salty crisp and then a really vinegary one. And when you're like that age, you're like, yeah, I exist. I'm human. I am, sort of like theory of mind or whatever. And then and I never thought about it again until I was like 32. And then he goes, "What about cheese and onion?" I said, "I've never had the same problem with cheese and onion."
I don't even know if Pringles are proper potato, are they?
Who knows?
It's all processed.
They've got a lot of MSG in them.
Yeah, very much so.
But MSG has a bad name. We all chefs love MSG, but there is.
Do they really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. But it's like people think it's bad for you, but it's not.
Really?
Well, I mean, there's been like big studies on it. Like they did a big study of people, and then they said they did a group with MSG and a group with a placebo, and the people were like in the placebo group were saying they're having this MSG reaction. Then they took a bunch of people who were MSG intolerant by their own and put them into two separate groups, and the same thing happened again. They were in the placebo group. So, but weirdly, when I was at the Fat Duck, they gave me a big bag of it just to take home. This big bag of powder, turning up at home like, "Hi, Mum." We went. I gave it to one of our chefs to put in staff tea, and he wanged it in this. I said, "The barbecue sauce, whack some MSG in there. It's like the Fat Duck use it. It's fine. Like the science, blah blah blah." And he would put loads of it in, right? And everybody that watched it go in, we were itching all night, all of us. But all the rest of the staff who had the food, nothing. I blame the aprons.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
interesting.
It's. I mean, I don't want to get into. Yeah, I mean, like the science suggests that it's fine. But the better point is you want to find natural MSG. So MSG is found in parmesan, like aged meat. There'll be a load in the brown meat. Anything that's got that savouriness to it. Breast milk, weirdly. Yeah, I know. Apparently there's a glutamate receptor for some reason. There's some, I can't remember. That's what David Chang told me anyway, so I tend to believe him. I'm just going to do... What time are we on? I feel like I've talked way too much. I'm just going to chop for a bit.
We're loving every minute.
So I'm just going to chop up some spring onions and something or other. Coriander.
So let me just pick up on what you were saying earlier, if you don't mind. So your father's stepping back and your mum. So your mum's a lovely lady. She's worked as hard as your dad.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
With all the interiors of your beautiful restaurants.
Yeah.
And
her and my auntie. My auntie's the sommelier, so she's been there since 1980. We're 50 years old next year.
Okay.
So we're having a big old party for that for the whole year. Yeah, so my auntie and my mum have got some stories to tell.
Yeah.
Like, especially like imagine being a female sommelier in the 1980s.
Yeah.
Just like unbelievable.
Unheard of, really.
Yeah, but like the men,
in this
like
country.
send me the sommelier. She turns up. Send me the real sommelier. I am the real sommelier. I'm not having my wine chosen by a woman. Well, you're not having your wine chosen then, Dad. But they're both from the north. They're very funny. So what we're going to do, a friend of mine, an actor that I did a demo with at Padstow Christmas Festival called Al Petrie. He's in like The Night Manager and all that stuff, and Star Wars. His dad, I think, was the first person to put sports on TV, and it was racing, and nobody thought it would work. Imagine that, nobody thought sports on TV would work. And then just when he was coming to the end of his life, he got a reporter to come and take all the stories off him. And then, so we're doing that for our 50th book. So we're going to get a reporter down to talk to all the old staff about the stories. I mean, some stories out of that place are
How
classic.
many over 50 years?
Loads. You won't know what to choose to put in the book.
Well, yeah, it's going to be a big book. Sorry, I'm just having a little bit of the offshore. Right, so I'm stir frying. Oh, hello. I'm just going to turn the heat up on that now. So I'm just starting to. Another thing that I didn't realise: stir frying. Well, I only figured this out quite recently. Is stirring and frying at the same time, and I genuinely didn't know that. And it's pretty obvious. I just had no idea. I mean, I'm not coming across as particularly competent here, really. But
I thought it was only my daughter.
Right, so now we've got the sort of breakfast elements. We've got ketchup and Marmite going in. Ketchup is used in loads of professional kitchens. The reason being, so a lot of traditional French cooking would finish with butter and cream. A lot of modern kitchens will use things like ketchup because it's got like a natural stabiliser in there. It's perfectly balanced with sweetness and acidity and colour. So rather than put butter in, a lot of people will put ketchup in. Top tip. So my garlic, chilli and ginger is going to go in. I'm going to stir fry that now.
Obviously, that's just in English kitchens it's popular, the ketchup thing.
No, I think like the various different versions around the world of catsups and you know, like you have like things like in Indonesia you'd have ketchup manis, and in America they might use barbecue sauce. I don't know, but so yeah, ketchup goes in. We've got a water thing here.
So here's the water.
There we go. Done.
So this dish has been at the seafood restaurant from the beginning, or
not from the beginning? No. So this was like mid '80s when we first had it. So, but it's changed a little bit over the years. Not too much, but yeah, it's a nightmare dish for the front of house. They hate it because it takes people hours to eat it.
And it's messy. I've had it.
Oh yeah, like
lovely.
Our painters and decorators love it because like they have to come in and repaint the restaurant a couple of times a week. But you know what? It's you know, I love the thing I like about shellfish, especially in like places like the seafood, is watching people eat their first like oyster. So we have this thing on the menus, the kids' menus now. Like if you want to try an oyster, you want to try, you know, something like that, then. You know, it's good to get them eating oysters early because the more you eat oysters, the less likely you are to have any issues with them. Although I had a real big issue with one the other day. It's pretty bad. Not bad, but don't take medical advice from me is my opinion. So basically, when Heston Blumenthal had they had a big norovirus poisoning. It wasn't from oysters, it was from something else. But after that, his company set up a norovirus. So norovirus is the winter bug that affects the NHS quite often, and you find it in oysters. But if you constantly expose yourself to it every 6 months, because in 100 oysters there'll be 1 or 2 that have it, so you keep eating them and you keep exposing yourself, and that's why the French, because they eat oysters all the time, they don't have the same level of kind of problems, right?
Yeah.
So another actor friend of mine, Andy Lincoln, he's in like that zombie thing, Walking Dead, and he's in Love Actually. He's the guy that holds the cards, you know, with Keira Knightley.
Do you know him?
Yeah, he lives in Delabole. Yeah.
No.
Well, not Delabole, but Trillick.
I
won't tell you where it is. But anyway, so he was going down to the Rocket Store. The Rocket Store in Boscastle is amazing. You should go down. It's like a tapas-y seafood place. And I was telling him this medical stuff. You know, obviously after COVID pandemic, we've all become medical professionals. So I was like, don't worry about it, mate. Honestly, you can. And we were going to go and see Florence and the Machine on the Sunday. like all backstage stuff, because he really likes his daughter likes it, and it was at Boardmasters. And this was a Wednesday, and he sent me a picture of him just nailing an oyster, and then I didn't hear from him until Sunday morning. I messaged him, I was like, Andy, we going to Florence today? He's like, mate, I've been down for 4 days. So he never really got angry at me, but I would have...
He had the 1 out of the 100.
Well, I just said, I don't think you should probably eat oysters again, so don't take my advice for it. So the best time to eat oysters is the summer. And that's why, like, marketing department always at
Do you think?
Well, it's the safest time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the cold water, you get much more norovirus in the cold water for some reason. I don't know why. But that's why it's a winter. It's a winter.
Okay.
I don't know. I have no idea. But so when our marketing department go, let's do oysters for not Halloween. Why do I keep saying Halloween? It's not Halloween. What's the thing in February where you... Valentine's, that's the one. Halloween's my birthday. It's not a good idea to like if you don't eat oysters.
I'm gonna check what's in that can.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a bit of coriander. What time? How are we doing for time?
You're fine for time.
Oh yeah, there we go. I'm the last one, am I?
Go on, carry on about Valentine's.
Do an encore in a minute. You know when who did I see that just didn't do an encore? I think it was maybe Bob Dylan. He just was like, walked off, never did an encore. And everyone stood there like, you know that bit when you're like at a band and you like think they're going to come back on and then the lights go off and
everyone
you're still...
starts shrugging.
Yeah, you're going like, yeah, I don't think Bob Dylan cares though, to be honest. He's, you know. So coriander going in there. I think I'm getting there. I need a bowl. That one will do.
So what were you saying about Valentine, or did you forget? I've forgotten.
Oh, you just probably not a good idea for somebody to try their first oyster on Valentine's Day.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
because
fair
it's cold.
point.
Yeah.
Fair point.
Anyway, let's talk about that. What?
So, do you need
some tongs would be great. Yeah.
Those.
I think I've talked myself out of being able to talk anymore.
You're doing fine. It's lovely to have you. Thank you for coming down.
Yeah, it's lovely. I love this place.
Yeah. Do you need this?
Yeah. Like a drummer. I actually am a drummer. Not a very good one. It's hell of a rubbish instrument when you're a kid. Like, can you imagine buying a kid a set of drum kit and thinking it's a good idea, and then having to hear them play drums for the next 20 years? Or actually 30 in my house. Still living at, you know, when you're living at home with your mum in your 30s, your life's not going well. You know. That's a Seinfeld joke. Okay, so I'm just going to pour that over the top and then just whack him on. I didn't actually taste that. I'm sure it's fine. I've done this dish a fair few times.
Well, it's looking good. And in the restaurant, is that served with noodles still?
Yeah, noodles. Yeah. Like a little sort of. They're like pad thai noodles, so a little tamarind, palm sugar, lime juice, stock, and then like those sort of thick rice noodles.
Yeah. So when you added water to the crab earlier, would you normally use stock?
Nope. No, water. Just water. It's really basic. There's a few different versions of it. I had white pepper crab out in Singapore a couple of months ago, which was really nice. Never had that before. But you go to Singapore, a lot of them are they're brown crabs.
Yeah.
The reason being is brown crabs, as you know, like they're pretty much indestructible.
Yes.
You can put like a wet towel on a brown crab's head and it's alive and it can last for like a week.
Yeah.
So they fly them over to Asia.
And especially the spider crab, which we're always trying to promote people to buy spider crabs. 95% of our spider crabs go across the world. You know, we don't use them enough.
Spider crabs die on impact. They don't last.
They're a different beast, but yeah,
they're the weakest crabs in the world.
Fabulous.
But yeah, we should eat more king. No, was it Cornish king crab or something?
Something like that.
I'm not sure about naming it Cornish because the people in Devon must be like, we get them. Do you know what I mean? I love Devon. So that's my two dishes. The warm salad of Tenendog asparagus, samphire crab, and a Singapore chili crab with Marmite, so it's not like Rick's. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jack Stein. Well, you've been very, very entertaining. Thank you for coming to see us.
I tell you what, I did actually forget to put soy sauce in it. It's supposed to have soy sauce in it. That is bad. When I say I've made it that many times.
And did you actually put the Marmite in as well?
No. Oh no! Look
I
out!
didn't want to say anything.
The BBC will be on the BBC. Be like you're plagiarising.
Don't worry. What goes on at the fest stays at the fest.
Honestly, I am a professional. So yeah, there. And let me just rephrase that. So this is a lovely Singapore chili crab with soy sauce and Marmite, and a warm salad of crab. But thank you very much.
Thank you all for your support, and thank you again, Jack.
No worries. Thank you.
That, ladies and gents, that is it for the demos. So we're going to be clearing this area in a minute, and you can come back in at 3:45, but you have to purchase a ticket. I'm sure there's an information desk somewhere at that end if you're interested in coming back, because it's entertainment from then on. All right? Johnny Cowling is coming later. Yeah, you know Johnny. So thank you all again for your support. I've been Annie Seaborn, My Fish Kitchen. See you all soon.